Welcome everyone to the On-Water Technology Demonstration Day at COVE, and happy World Oceans Day. We're coming to you from the Halifax Harbour in Canada. My name is Melanie Nadeau, and I'm the CEO of COVE, the Centre for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship. COVE is where growth, opportunity, and technical advances in the ocean sector happen. We're at the heart of Canada's ocean tech ecosystem, as you'll see by the exciting showcase that we have for you today with COVE Demo Day. You'll be able to hear from companies that I see every day here at COVE, as well as some of our partners that are located across Canada and around the globe. I hope you're finding the H2O Conference engaging. It is great to see such response in attendance and people connecting with one another from all over the world. The conference was kicked off yesterday by Minister Bernadette Jordan and by the chair of OTCNS. We have been grateful to have such a great partner in OTCNS and in working with them to deliver H2O and COVE Demo Day. We are also pleased to be part of the conference programming tomorrow with our Director of Workforce, Tanya Lush. So please stay tuned for that tomorrow. Today, we have a jam-packed program to share with you featuring 22 companies. And we also invite you to join in the breakout sessions at the end of the day to talk with featured companies. The opportunity to connect is there throughout the day on the B2B program platform, that is, which is also open for the next 2 weeks. So there is ample opportunity. I also understand that we are joined by over 500 people from over 24 countries. This is such a great reception to the H2O Conference and COVE Demo Day, and we're so happy to have you with us. There are delegates representing companies across the globe, our resident companies at COVE, and our close partners, the research community, Indigenous leaders, students, and representatives from governments across Canada and our borders. In bringing together Demo Day, we recognize the contributions from OTCNS and our sponsors from who you'll hear more from today, Export Development Canada, McCartney, InnovaCorp, and MedOcean Telematics. I'd also like to thank our founding industry partner, Irving Shipbuilding. And now, I'm very pleased to share a message of welcome from our Premier, the Honourable Ian Rankin.
Hello. I would like to begin by acknowledging that I am joining here from Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I am pleased to speak today about Nova Scotia's ocean technology advantage. Our government recognizes the potential of our ocean technology sector, and we are investing strategically to support its continued growth. The ocean sector is a world-class, innovative segment of our provincial economy. It employs almost 35,000 Nova Scotians and generates about $4.5 billion, or 12.2% of our provincial GDP. We have over 300 companies involved in ocean-related industries. Nova Scotia is recognized as a world leader in ocean technology products, services, and expertise, as well as a leader in ocean and tidal energy, seafood, shipbuilding, and security. Our ocean tech companies are pioneering technologies in underwater acoustics, sensing and imaging, marine communication, and navigation, just to name a few. And our province is pleased to be part of Canada's Ocean Supercluster, a private-public innovation and investment partnership that has funded over 50 projects across Canada for a value of over $250 million. We are also home to several oceans-based research centres, including the Bedford Institute of Oceanography, Canada's largest centre for oceans research with 600 scientists, engineers, and technicians. And we boast one of the world's highest concentrations of researchers in this sector. Strong collaboration is essential to support the ocean sector, and conferences like the H2O Conference are essential to fostering connections. I want to thank the many partners and sponsors who have made this year's conference possible. One of those is the Centre for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, or COVE. With over 60 members, COVE has helped boost Nova Scotia's ocean technology and has become the de facto intersection of ocean innovation in the province. At COVE, startups are inspired encouraged, and provided the opportunity to connect with leaders in the ocean sector. As Premier, my vision for the province is focused on improving the lives of Nova Scotians by ensuring a healthy environment, a robust economy, and a more equitable society. We are committed to ensuring Nova Scotia emerges from the pandemic stronger than before. This includes creating innovative careers in the ocean economy and renewable energy. Thank you for your time today, and I wish you a successful conference.
It's really great to hear the enthusiasm around the strength of the ocean economy in Nova Scotia and the global opportunities before us. We are definitely poised for growth. Now it's time to shift gears and turn our sights to technology. To kick things off, I'm very excited for you to learn about our very own COVE Stella Maris project, which will then be followed by a series of demonstrations. Each company demonstrating today will give a short intro, a conversation with our very own Kyle Burton, Ecosystem and Partnerships Manager, followed by the technology demonstration itself. Also, please stay tuned for an exciting project announcement just before the break and hear from Member of Parliament, Lenuzan. Stella Maris in Latin means star of the sea, and we thought that really appropriate, not only because of the way that the Stella Maris is built and it almost looks like a star, if you will, but also in the fact that, you know, it's a grounding point here for us in the ocean. COVE's mission is focused on advancing the commercialization of ocean tech. Nothing in the world exists that has this type of facility in a downtown core within such a large cluster, that has access to the waterfront like we do, and that has multiple businesses. So the Stella Maris is a really good example of how we operate within COVE and what we have to offer in terms of resources. We manage and operate onshore infrastructure for multiple uses and offshore infrastructure as well. So the Stella Maris fits well within that.
Well, the concept is quite simple, you know, a test platform for everyone. A test platform for everyone at COVE, and regardless of what their sensor is or does or what their hardware is, just having real-time access to the ocean. Emphasis on the real time, like they can connect to it, they can talk to it, they can retrieve data, they can stream while it's in the ocean, and they don't have to wait to retrieve their sensor. So taking that concept and doing it 20 different companies can be a challenge, because whereas fundamentally everyone just needs power and communication signal, they all need something slightly different. COVE is a collaborative space, and this is a real piece of infrastructure that we can collaborate on and with. We've never really seen something this intricate. I could argue that we created one of the most sophisticated ocean-going platforms in recent years. These are the best sensors in the world. Being able to deploy them and showcase them to the local community and the wider ocean tech community is perfect in the collaborative nature of a place like COVE.
Stella Maris is just another good example of the knowledge sharing that's happening and the other business opportunities that are getting created. We've heard a lot of these success stories, and it's companies, by the very nature of doing their work here, have now bid into projects together because they understand the complementary nature of their businesses or their technologies.
RBR is a world leader in what they do, the CTDs, the conductivity, temperature, depth.
Just having all the different other sensor manufacturers and seeing what other people are working on, we're always thinking about what the next sensor is that we're going to be integrating and using, and what ocean scientists are interested in. So to see what other companies are doing, and then to think into the future, what other sensors could we start integrating on our CTDs. RBR measures the blue planet. So conductivity, temperature, and depth, so the CTD, is really important for oceanographers, but there's lots of other sensors that are important too, like measuring oxygen or pH. So we integrate lots of other company sensors onto our CTDs so that you can measure multiple variables all on the same platform, which is really, really useful.
Basically, we have a patent on an inlaid channel technology where we actually pump our water sample into that channel, and then we supply various chemicals to help that develop to a color. And then our sensor measures the color, and by determining the density of that color, we can determine the concentration of phosphate. It's important to measure the phosphate concentrations in wastewater coming out of treatment plants from a municipality, as an example. And runoff from agricultural applications is really critical. High concentration of nutrients in general, either phosphate or nitrogen, it causes growth in algae. And with the growth of algae, you get oxygen depletion, which can affect the aquatic life.
We're a designer and a manufacturer of piezo ceramics and hydrophones, and those are the acoustic sensors that you use underwater for listening and talking or creating images. Hydrophones are essentially listening, and so they're creating data points underwater of events that happen. So whether it's a ship that's moving through the port or the harbor, whether there's perhaps marine life, everything that moves underwater has its own specific frequency, and listening to those pitches underwater can tell you what's happening when you can't necessarily see it. These phones are very sensitive, so you can be hearing things from meters, hundreds of meters, kilometers away. How I think we can use the Stella Maris and the data that we collect with the hydrophones is how our sensors can work in conjunction with the other sensors that are deployed, understanding the differences between the different sensors, the data that you get, how you merge them all together to create more interesting data because it's more comprehensive. I think that's what makes this a really exciting project.
This could be something that, in 10, 20, 30 years, students are going back and looking at this data as a baseline.
Everyone's already lining up ways to take someone else's sensor data, combine it with theirs to offer more powerful analytics or ocean data. I think that's the very nature of what it's supposed to be, sort of happening organically. It's happening all by itself. We can't even stop it.
The Stella Maris allows companies located here to test their technology right on the wharfage in a natural environment. And they can do that and have access to data within seconds. And they can do that from their office and actually see what's going on right with Stella.
The local access is in the control center. And that is ultimately where we can here locally drive the platform from, or pull any of the sensor data, hopefully throw it up on screen in the control center.
I think what's exciting about real time is that that's the way of the future. We want to be able to make quick decisions, and this really simulates how that could happen out at sea or out really on any kind of mission. You want to be able to make quick decisions with the data that you have, and I think this is going to really showcase how that can happen in real time.
Before there was such a thing as portals, 15, 20 years ago, it was more of a discussion and a couple of photos of the users, or maybe even handing over the email address of a user locally. But with the real-time live data available at the trade show, we can actually show it on a laptop computer as we're giving that pitch to the client, whether it's in Singapore, or London, in the U.S., or wherever we might be. So even here in the office, we're sitting in our own office. We can point to the front of COVE and say our sensors on the seafloor in about 10 meters of water. And it's very powerful.
There's the immediate wow factor of being able to display all of this multiple sensor data on multiple screens on a wall, and then when the navies and coast guards and ocean institutes of the world come around and take the tour of COVE, that's one factor. But a lot of people are also very interested in 3 months later, 6 months later, when we have 3 to 6 months worth of logged sensor data. That's what's of interest to, I think, academia, students who are looking to corroborate and collaborate, and data seems to be extremely valuable these days, like almost more than the sensors in a lot of cases.
If you need to deploy something in the ocean, it's hard to do that in real time right now because especially if it's going deep, if you need a cable, you would have to take an instrument, put it on some sort of a platform, like a mooring line, for example. You need a buoy and a rope or a cable and a weights and everything like that. Some way maybe of figuring out where it is and then deploying it, going to recover it, and then you don't know then if it worked until you get it back. You cross your fingers and hope that it worked and that you set everything up correctly.
Platform deployments, very much depend on sea state and the crew, the boat crew, the diver crew, ROVs, if depending on how deep, where we're going. So Stella Maris, we have incorporated an interesting launch and recovery mechanism in the center. It's called a sea lift, and it's basically a quick release knuckle system. So that's never really been done before, to deploy platforms with such a quick release mechanism. And only because we have so much onboard monitoring, I think that we're going to be able to use it. But the plan is that this could be ROV, remotely operated vehicle guided, if we were in deeper water. The nature of these platforms really is, and the nature of the design is that we could drop them anywhere. We can connect multiple platforms together. We don't need to run a second cable for a second platform. We just connect platform 2 to platform 1. With that, we've created an ocean network here on the east coast of Canada, which doesn't yet exist.
The more we know, the better we can preserve the ocean. We need it for a lot of things, for not only for food, but for transportation, for the habitat itself. And so all of that information, I think, plays into how we protect it.
So I think for us, it's going to be a really awesome test bed right here in our backyard. We do have an office right here at COVE. So if we have a new sensor, it's going to be really awesome to say, oh, let's look at this data in real time. Do we need to change something? Do we need a new firmware upgrade? We could just go out, grab the sensor, pull it back, fix up what we need to do and redeploy. So I think that for us, it's going to be just such an amazing test bed to have right here and to have the data right away. So we know things that are working and aren't working for all of our future sensor development. It's going to be really awesome.
Well, I think it's a tremendous opportunity for the tenants at COVE, and we're looking forward to interacting with the team here at COVE and all the other tenants, because it's basically a cluster effort, because it really is all about the people and the teams, and that is really helpful when you're trying to bring a product to market.
focused right now on our expansion. So our expansion in space and in program. What we've been able to create is a really interesting mix of different companies and different organizations, anywhere from the early stage startup to that global enterprise.
I really love working at COVE. The view isn't the biggest draw, but it is a big one. We love working right on the ocean. But just seeing all the other companies and hearing about their projects and what they're working on is always just really great to think longer term.
One of the reasons we chose COVE was because of the collaborative nature of being around other ocean tech companies. And we've been around for 38 years, so we've done okay, but that said, part of the attraction of coming to Nova Scotia was COVE. We've gotten to know a lot about what happens in ocean tech just by being here.
COVE is at the heart of Canada's ocean tech cluster. And what we're seeing here in Nova Scotia is really that we have an ocean advantage.
Hey friends, welcome back. I hope you really enjoyed that long form video on the Stella Maris subsea platform. I'm excited today to chat with three of the representatives from companies who have products on the Stella Maris, including Matt Dempsey, the system sales manager at McCartney Canada. He joins me here today live from COVE.
Hey Kyle, happy to be here.
How are things going today, Matt? Are you enjoying the conference?
Very much so, yeah. I'm finally happy to be back at a conference in some form or another. It's very refreshing to be back.
Thanks. Let's jump right in. Can you tell me what products your company has aboard Stella Maris?
Yes, of course. We have three products aboard the Stella Maris. The first and the biggest contribution that we made was the custom Domino 7 multiplexer system. Second, we did a electrical, optical, mechanical termination to the main cable of the system. And we also provided several cable whips, well, many cable whips for all the different sensors that are on board the platform, as well as test whips.
Fantastic. What kind of functions do each of those products have?
Well, I'll start with the EOM cable. So that's the main lift cable of the system. It's designed to power the system itself and to run data or telemetry from the platform to the shore installation. All the cable whips, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. They power the sensors from the multiplexer, and they also transmit the data from the sensor to the multiplexer. But the biggest contribution, the Domino 7 multiplexer system, it takes all the data from the sensors that are on board the platform, and it converts it, combines it, and compresses it into bands of light, light signals that are actually transmitted up the optical fiber of the system into the control band. So in the control center, all the data is demultiplexed. So it's actually done in reverse. So it splits all that data back out into its original formats, where it may be accessed as if you were plugging directly into the sensor. So it's a seamless telemetry system that allows for efficient connectivity with the system.
It sounds like the products you have on board Stella Maris are very integral to the operations of the platform.
Yes, we feel as though it's definitely an integral portion of the system. You know, without the multiplexer system, each single sensor on board the platform would have to have a cable run from the shore installation from the offshore installation, to the shore installation. So that's, I think there's a dozen plus sensors on board the Stella Maris. That's a dozen 100+ meter cables. If you think about it, it would cause a lot of headache with deployment and recovery, and it would just be a cable management logistical nightmare. So the Stella Maris multiplexer system actually tidies that up all nicely, so you can have one single cable run from the subsea installation to the control center.
Really interesting. Outside of the Stella Maris platform, how are customers using this product?
So in the oceans technology industry, I feel as though multiplexer systems are most widely adopted in the ROV service industry. ROVs in and themselves are sensor platforms, very functional sensor platforms that often work at hundreds of meters of depth. They do inspection and subsea intervention work. So when you have a platform with that many sensors that's that far away from shore or from the vessel, the only efficient and effective manner of getting all of that data back to shore is through a multiplexer. So just like the case I gave with the Stella Maris, if you didn't have the multiplexer, each single sensor would essentially have to have its own cable running to shore. So an ROV umbilical would get very big if it didn't have a multiplexer, which would increase the drag, increase the weight, increase the cost of the system itself. And the same kind of parameters can be applied to static installations like the Stella Maris as well.
Why is it important for a company like McCartney Canada to collaborate with other ocean technology firms on a platform like Stella Maris?
That's a great question, Kyle. McCartney Underwater Technology actually started with a partnership back in the 70s. So many people would know McCartney as distributors of subcon connectors. So that's kind of where it all kicked off for us. And we've been collaborating with other industry partners and government and academics for decades now. So it's a very important core principle of McCartney Underwater Technology. And it's actually what COVE's all about too, I've been told. It's one of the main reasons why we moved here. Initially, it's one of the main reasons why we stayed here. We understand the advantages of collaborating. I feel as though you can achieve greater things when you partner up with different organizations, different industry partners, different academic organizations, different government sections, and you can do a lot more together than you can alone. So the Stella Maris is a shining example of that, and how important that is.
Later on today, folks watching will be able to get a demonstration of your ELARS product. That's quite a fascinating piece of kit.
Yes, very much so. It's a revolutionary product. I know that word's thrown around a lot lately, but as far as we know, it's the first fully electric launch recovery system that's been released to market. So there's a ton of advantages that the ELARS offers over legacy launch and recovery systems. The biggest and most obvious one I feel as though is you're removing all the hydraulic systems entirely. That decreases the risk of oil spill entirely. There is oil and lubricants used on the ELARS, of course, but it's only for lubricating moving parts. So the system is driven entirely electrically.
No, and the demo itself was quite fascinating. So I would encourage people to tune in later today to check that out. Beyond the demonstration you have later today, how can people watching today get involved with your company and get in touch with you?
Well, for those who are interested in learning more about McCartney Underwater Technologies, I would suggest that they visit our website at mccartney.com, or feel free to reach out to me directly, and I'll be happy to answer any questions or point you in the right direction if I can.
It was great chatting with Matt Dempsey of McCartney Canada. On to another company that has a product on Stella Maris, now joined by Sindel Kelly. She's with Pro-Oceanus Systems. Welcome.
Hi, Kyle. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for joining COVE Demo Day and the H2O Conference. I'm really excited to learn a little bit more about Pro-Oceanus and some of the products you have on Stella Maris.
Yeah, so Pro-Oceanus has the CO2 Pro CV sensor integrated onto the Stella Maris. This is our compact version of the flagship CO2 Pro sensor, which has been used for oceanographic research for almost 20 years.
Fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit more about this product and how it works and what functions it has?
The CO2 Pro CV sensor measures the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in water through the use of a membrane equilibrator, combined with infrared detection to measure CO2 accurately and reliably in the oceans.
How do customers typically use this product?
Our customers are most often researchers working to understand ocean acidification and climate change effects on our sensitive aquatic ecosystems. Being able to reliably measure dissolved CO2 accurately with stable long-term data is critical to understanding our changing ocean environments. In coastal areas, our sensors are being used to understand localized processes and changes that result from land and water interactions and aquaculture practices.
Following up on that really fantastic video we did earlier on the Stella Maris deployment, can you tell us why it's important for a company like Pro-Oceanus to have their product aboard a Stella Maris-like platform?
The Stella Maris is providing us with a unique combination of data found in one platform. Having the CO2 Pro CV sensor aboard allows us to better understand and quantify processes that are changing carbon dioxide in our water. For Pro-Oceanus as a company, it's going to help us to understand and appreciate the challenges faced by our customers when deploying the equipment into open ocean environments. Having access to a local platform such as the Stella Maris is valuable for our R&D capabilities. We can now test changes and modifications of our sensors in real-world settings, which allows us to continue providing the most accurate and reliable dissolved gas sensors in the world.
Why is it important for a company like Pro-Oceanus to collaborate with other ocean tech firms?
As a smaller business, collaboration with other ocean technology companies is one of the key drivers of growth for our company. The ability to tap into the expertise and knowledge that exists across all aspects of this sector is going to create stronger solutions to the challenges of today and the future of our oceans.
Well, this has been a really informative session, Sindel. Great to learn lots more about Pro-Oceanus and the products you have on board Stella Maris. How can people watching today get in touch with you guys?
You can visit our website or give us a follow on social media such as LinkedIn and Twitter, or you can reach us by email.
It was great chatting with Matt Dempsey of McCartney and Sindel Kelly of Pro-Oceanus, now joined by Dave Shea of Kraken Robotics, the Senior Vice President of Engineering. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you. How you doing, Kyle?
Doing great, enjoying the conference and all the festivities, even though they are virtual this year. Excited to have you aboard, though, to chat more about the product you have on Stella Maris.
I'm excited to be here and tell you more about it.
Awesome. So let's jump in and let the viewers know which product you have aboard Stella Maris and some of its functions.
Sure. So the sensor that we've installed on board the Stella Maris as part of Kraken Robotics' participation in the program is our C-Vision underwater 3D laser scanner system. So it consists of two separate pods that are both mounted on a pan-tilt system on the Stella Maris. Each pod contains a high-definition camera and a set of lasers, a red, a green, and a blue laser. So we can actually, both sets of lasers are mounted on servos inside the pods, and they enable it to actually scan objects in front of the system wherever the system's pointing. So that generates about 1 million points in a point cloud in about 4 seconds.
Nice. How are customers using it in the field?
So the customers for the C-Vision system are using it for a lot of different applications. We use it for a lot of infrastructure management, infrastructure inspection tasks, some metrology applications. So sometimes when we're going down, looking at a piece of subsea equipment, inspecting it, looking at mooring chains to make sure that they're still intact, monitoring for corrosion, monitoring for wear and tear. We've also done a lot of really interesting archaeological work with the system, where we're working with Parks Canada up in the Arctic, looking at the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror wrecks up there. We've also done some work with NOAA on the Okeanos Explorer, where we've used our laser scanner system to inspect some wrecks that they had discovered and actually mapping the condition of those. And the resolution that the laser scanner provides, it gives you about 0.9 millimeter resolution on the point clouds. And that allows us to really monitor the integrity of all of these objects underwater and not only provide a really impressive point cloud of all these underwater objects, but at that kind of resolution, we can actually monitor very minute changes over time. So we can scan the same objects again and again over different seasons or over different years and actually see degradation over time.
Fascinating. Sounds like the technology, you can pick up a lot more minute things that maybe other technologies would miss.
Definitely. And the really interesting part, because we're not just using one color of laser, we're using 3 different colors of laser as well as using a red, white, and blue lights and a green light as well. That allows us to illuminate the scene or whatever we're scanning the object in full color spectrum. And that allows us to capture different information. For example, if we're looking at underwater objects or we're looking at corrosion or biofouling on a ship hull, with those different colors, we can look at the actual types of corrosion. It can help us identify different creatures that we might be looking at if we're doing some marine biology work, or when we're looking at corals and sponges and things like that. So that allows us to actually provide a lot more detail of the different objects. As well, we can optimize the different lights and the different colors of lasers depending on the environment, because at different water depths, you get absorption changes across the color spectrum. So in shallower water, it might be better to use one laser and one color of light, whereas in deeper water, you might want to use a different combination.
Fascinating stuff. Can you tell us why you have your product aboard Stellar Maris? Why is it important to test a product like yours on Stella?
So Kraken's been a member of the COVE and a resident of the COVE for really since COVE opened here. And we've found that collaboration with partner companies, not just within COVE, but within the ocean technology sector, has been really critical to our success. We've worked with a lot of different COVE members on a variety of projects. And when we heard of the Stellar Maris project, we saw a really unique opportunity to get together with a bunch of other leading Canadian ocean technology companies to put our sensor alongside all these different sensors, not only to provide a platform for showcasing these wonderful technologies, but actually being able to collect some really interesting data for us as well. The location of the Stellar Maris is quite important for us as well. It's near the COVE, of course, about 100 meters off the dock here. But that's where we do a lot of the testing of our autonomous underwater vehicles, like our Thunderfish XL platform, or our towed system, like our Catfish towed underwater vehicle. So we can actually image the Stellar Maris with our other systems and use it as a ground truthing, as well as using the Stellar Maris to image some of our systems that, as we're driving past them. So there's a really great opportunity to collect some really interesting scientific and engineering data there.
No, it's fascinating for sure. And it's interesting to see all these companies come together that may otherwise not have had the opportunity to do so. You mentioned around collaboration and how it was kind of critical to success. Can you go in a little bit deeper why that's important to the company's DNA?
Well, Kraken is a relatively young company. We've been around since 2012, so about 9 years now. And in that time period, we've grown from 6 people based in Newfoundland up to over 150 people here based worldwide. We have offices still in Newfoundland, here in Nova Scotia, in Ontario. We have 2 offices in Germany, 1 in Denmark, now 1 down in Brazil, and a small office in the US. And all of that growth has really been supporting the different products and technologies that we're building, as well as the services that we're delivering. But even though we do use a lot of our own technology, we build a lot of our own stuff, everything that we look at is a make versus buy decision. So we don't build everything ourselves. We know there's a lot of other people who are experts in different areas like passive acoustics, where we're partnering with companies like Sensor Tech on ocean supercluster projects, or when we're deploying and recovering equipment or operating our systems, where we're working with Leeway Marine, deploying and recovering systems. We're working with McCartney, who is a supplier of a significant number of our cables and connectors. So all these different companies and entities are really critical to collaborating on these different systems. And while they're helping us grow, of course, we in turn return the favors. We're out collecting data and providing data to different partners in the various projects. For example, we worked with Sedna last year. We took one of their small sensors out and put it onto our Catfish and collected some real data for them that they could use to ground truth against our own sensors that are already on board the Catfish system. So we're always looking for opportunities to collaborate there. And one of the tenets that we have is a rising tide lifts all boats. And it's really critical, I think, for not just the Nova Scotian economy here, but for the Canadian blue economy to really be collaborating together to focus on exporting these, to really tackle these global opportunities.
No, such a great point. So people that are watching today, they're interested in your technology, learning more about the products and services you have to offer. How can they get in touch and how can they learn more?
So people can definitely contact myself, or they can reach us through our website, krakenrobotics.com. You can reach out to me, Dave Shea, or you can reach out to our marketing or business development folks as well. If you're at the COVE, once our COVID restrictions are lifted a little bit, we'd welcome you to drop by our office and check out what we're doing. We're always happy to have visitors, subject to COVID restrictions, of course, and we're certainly looking forward to all the wonderful virtual demos over the next couple of days here.
Thanks, Dave. It's been a great pleasure to chat with you and learn more about the products you have on Stellar Maris. I agree. Very excited to watch the rest of the demos this afternoon. So let's jump in and get right to those.
I hope you really enjoyed hearing about Stellar Maris. And as you can tell, it's gotten a lot of attention, and we're really excited to see what the opportunities are now that we have it in operation. Now I'd like to introduce our first sponsor. Please enjoy the message from MetOcean Telematics.
What differentiates MedOcean Telematics from other companies is that we design, we enable, and we produce. MedOcean Telematics provides complete end-to-end telematic products and services, from conceptualization, the design, to producing, and then ultimately supporting.
There are many people around the world who can deliver Iridium services, but there are few that can provide these services the way MedOcean does. Over the last 12 years, MedOcean has been an official partner with Iridium, and what we saw was a greater need outside of our own use for the technologies. What we saw was a much greater need in many more verticals, whether that was aviation, transportation, maritime, safety, personal safety, safety of lives at sea. Every vertical that you can think of today requires a real-time link.
MedOcean Telematics is growing. Just in the last 5 years, we've tripled our revenue as well as tripled our employee count. So it only made sense to set up regional offices in the UK to manage the Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and the office in Australia to manage Australia, New Zealand, and the Asia Pacific region. The offices position us to support our customers around the world 24/7, 365 days a year. MedOcean Telematics has 3 business units: the MedOcean Systems business unit, the Telematics business unit, and the Defense and Security business unit. In terms of applications, on the MedOcean Systems side, we track ice, we track oil, we track currents in the ocean, provide real-time data in terms of how the ocean conditions are evolving. On the telematics side, we enable small and medium-sized companies to integrate satellite communication capabilities into what they're developing. As well, we provide various telematic solutions. On the defense and security side, we have various niche solutions for defense and security applications, whether it be search and rescue applications in the ocean, whether it be the way navies conduct their test and training exercises, as well as various solutions for monitoring of the oceans and monitoring on land. The most important thing that I'd like other people to know about MedOcean Telematics is that we literally connect the world. We provide innovative voice, data, and web-based solutions tailored for niche and specific applications.
So good morning, Halifax. My name is Thierry Dusselier. I'm a senior executive at CINE, and I'd like to start the presentation by saying thank you to obviously COVE and the Ocean Technology Council of Nova Scotia for giving us this opportunity to introduce our company to you. So who we are a French tech company that provides data-driven solutions who are aimed to help the maritime actors to develop a sustainable and digitalized strategy for the blue economy. And today I'm going to focus on three examples that are combined into the segment of the smart port, which will be about smart monitoring for environment and logistic optimization. So I'm going to run through the demonstration. Should you have some questions, please don't hesitate to ask them in the chat or ask Co for a go-between and a follow-up after the presentation. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen now and show you the first example, which is a solution that we have provided to a port in the south of France called Port-la-Nouvelle. And the use case for the port here was we want to be a good neighbor. Okay, we are a port facing a small town in France that are huge, actually, touristic activities. And we need to do a port extension. So we are going to work with other companies, and we want to make sure that there won't be any impact for the people around. So we want to monitor our activities to show that we have everything in control, and should there be any problem, we have the ability to stop the yard and solve the problem before starting over. So what they are doing, so on the map you can see it's there, so it's a bit far from Halifax, but there we can see us both. And what they are doing is they monitor three aspects of what of the impact they have on the environment, which are water quality, acoustic quality, and air quality. Okay. Again, the idea is to have real-time alerts in case of any problem. So the people who are looking at the yard and the construction site can take proper decision to decide should they have to stop, what is going on, and so on. Okay, so they have placed, we actually help them place different sensors for water, noise, and air quality around the port where it's the most relevant. And then we have set some parameters to make sure they get alerted in terms of pollution, of problem with the regulation, and so on and so on. The idea of this is that the municipality and the region have the same data in their pocket, because it's also available on smartphone, meaning that both the port and the stakeholders around can get access to the information and show that there are actually real business intelligence behind it, because they show the real-time monitoring and the decision accordingly. And if we go deep dive and look at the different sensors and alerts that are provided, we can check on the water quality, and you can actually, because this is live, by the way, you can see that there is a first alert. The idea also is to give an easy way of reading the information. We know that they are working with engineers, biologists, and so on, but the stakeholders are not familiar with, graph or too many information. So they asked us both the graphs that only the engineers actually can really understand, and the colors to say, basically, green is good, red is bad, yellow is we have to look at it, okay? So for the water now, it's in yellow, meaning that the stakeholders have an alert on his smartphone, email, or SMS, or whatever, and is going to look at the yard and see if there is a decision to be taken. The same for the noise, and the same for the air. We like to call it monitoring, but also smart monitoring, because the idea is to combine this information with other data that are provided within what our data platform, which we call the Cine Hub. And the idea is to combine it, for example, here with the weather forecast or the oceanographic information, to make sure that we are not going to alert the stakeholders if there is a normal issue regarding the weather, for instance. So for the noise, the acoustic module, we have set frequencies within the sensors to say, okay, it's raining or there is a storm, so the sound is normal. Okay, we are not going to wake everyone at night because it's raining on the yard. It's not because of the yard there is actually a sound, but because of the rain. This is why it's live monitoring, but also smart monitoring. And last but not least, what we do, if we have added a layer of artificial intelligence to predict some information. So we have combined another data, which is satellite imagery, to check the turbidity of the water. So you have also another set of information here that we provide you a 2 days forecast of water turbidity based on the quality and the color of the water. Okay, so the idea of this use case is that you have an all-in-one platform and dashboard that helps you take proper decision on various parameters that are all combined and seeable at one place only. And again, easy to read and easy to understand. Okay. So this is the first aspect of what we do regarding smart port, is helping a port basically being a good neighbor and getting greener and smarter. Okay, thanks to digital tools and AI solutions. So next use case, now we are going to move ahead a more logistical approach, but you will understand that the idea is not to separate the logistic from the environment, but to combine them, because the more optimized your logistic is, the less impact you will have on environment. So we are going to look at the side of the port first. To look at an application called the predicted time of arrival. And the idea here is to give the harbor master a way of challenging the ETA, so the estimated time of arrival of the vessels that are communicated by the shipping agent and the ship actually itself. So how it works is usually you have the captain on board the vessel who will say to the port, okay, I'm going to be there in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and so on. And actually, this is the only information that the port has. So he has to rely on this information. What we provide, thanks to data analysis and artificial intelligence, is a way of better predict this time of arrival, thanks to AIS data, meaning the position of the ship, the type of the vessel, the speed, and so on, and also meteorological information. Because if the vessel is going through a storm, it will have to change route, and so the ETA will be delayed, and so on and so on. So we cross this information. We have live information and statistic information. We also based our model upon about 5 to 10 years information. Should the vessel do the same route during the last 2 or 3 years, we can easily say if the route is normal and alert the port if it's not. So this is the view that the port will have. Again, like in the previous use case, you have the complicated information and the easy to read one, should I put it this way. And you can see here that they have 4 vessels in red that are going to be late or too early in the port. From that, the harbor master can call the maritime agent or the vessel itself and say, are you sure about your ETA? Because usually what's happened is that the captain on board forgets to update his ETA. If the ETA is more precise, the harbor master will be able to optimize his logistic, organizing the port accordingly, with the traffic, with the loading of the vessels, and so on and so on. So every aspect of the logistic will be improved thanks to a better estimation of the time of arrival. What we want to avoid here is basically what we call a port congestion, meaning that if the ETA are not correct, vessels will be arriving at one time and the entry of the port will be blocked. So this will have various consequences. First one is a business consequences, because if the port is blocked, it cannot run. And also it's bad for the image, because in terms of competition, it's not the best way of selling the fact that you are able to welcome a lot of vessels, because every time there is too much, you get stock. And also, there is a link, and this is what I was saying in the intro, to the environment, because if you have no port congestion, you avoid, the problem of oil consumption in the harbor, of CO2 emission, because the vessels are going to do circles around the port before getting access to it, and so on and so on. Okay, so same idea. You take information from the field or from the port, you cross them, you add them public information like weather and so on, and you take out various indicators that will help the port take better decision. Okay, and all is digitalized. Again, this is the web view, but you have everything in smartphone and so on. The alerts are parametered also, should you have email or whatever way of communicating the stakeholder is having. And again, you serve the business intelligence in both logistic and sustainable way of doing things. And what's interesting here, and we will be moving to the other use case, is that you see that there the view from the port. So the port is actually seeing, the boat, and obviously every time you click on it, you have all the information of the vessel name, where it comes from, the ETA, the PTA, and so on. So this is the view from the harbor master. But we have the exact same functionalities, but that are meant to serve the strategy of the shipping company. So we are going to move on the other side of the application. We've seen the port side, and we are going to look at the shipping company side, because those information are also very important for them. So here we are, the shipping company, and so we see all the voyage of the vessel with different route and ports that the vessel is going to go through. And the use case here is help me to be more competitive and to better predict my time of arrival, not for me, but for my customers, because the end users of the shipping company are Nike, IKEA, Amazon, and so on, and they are really fun to have the most precise idea of where the product is going to get into the port, because from that they will know how to better serve their own customers, which are actually you and I. So the vessel here is going to go through a different port from Bremerhaven to Charleston. Actually, it's going to go through Halifax, and this is not because it's in Nova Scotia today, but you can see here on the dashboard that basically when it's red, it's because there is port congestion, and when it's orange, it's because it's okay. Not perfect, but okay. Of course, we are only here monitoring the vessel of the shipping company that we are working with. We don't monitor every vessel coming into the port. That's another actually use case, but here it's just focus on the vessel of the shipping company. And the information they wanted is how much time they are going to spend in the port. Can you predict if during the next during the next port, I will lose or win time, so I can calculate every time my new ETA for the last one. And also, please compare me to my competitors. Because from that, I can say to Coca-Cola or whatever, or Land Rover, if it's this type of vessel, I more likely to arrive at to have better prediction regarding my time of arrival than my competitors. So this information are actually indicated here. And again, the stakeholder just need 4 information and the colors to see if the road is going to be good or bad. Obviously, if you want to go and get some more detail, you can click on the port. So let's, why not, go to Halifax. And there you have the 3 vessels that are mentioned here, incoming into the port of Halifax with the different ETA. Okay, you know where they come from, where they're going to go, and which company they are. Okay, and from that, you can say, okay, based on the information I have, the traffic is dense but okay in this port, so I should not have problem in Halifax. So no need to change route or to go to another port before. I can go through Halifax without any problem. New York, the question can be asked. So from there, the shipping company will call the port, so the harbor master here, and say, okay, according to the application, I understand you are congested. Can you confirm? Is my ETA still okay for you? And so on. So the more we will be able to make the 2 parties communicate together, the more the whole supply chain will be improved. And this is why we have chosen to do this both side of the logistic application, both from the port and for the shipping company, because the idea in the end is to combine the whole set of information to have a very fluent way of predict the estimated time of arrival. Okay. So this is for the 3 use cases I wanted to show you today. We do have a lot of more examples for smart ports, but also for other type of company. We are working with wind farm offshoring to ensure, the submarine cable analysis, for example. We're working with the Defense Department. So the idea is that what we offer is a platform that combines data, and from there, whatever your use case is, we should be able to help on it. Well, thank you very much for your attention. Again, it's a pleasure to be virtually here in Nova Scotia, and hoping to be there personally in the next few months should the situation will be improving. Well, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Patrick Edwards-Doherty, the founder and CEO of Spiria Robotics. I'm joining you today from the Hanlon boardroom at COVE. I only wish you could be here for the great view and to meet in person. Just the same, I'm very pleased to be sharing with you this short video about our work. Spiria Robotics makes autonomous systems, including the smart drones you'll see featured in this video. We use these, along with bespoke sensors and our supercomputing service, to get at end-to-end solutions to the most pressing challenges we face in climate change, infrastructure, security, and building a sustainable economy. I want to thank you for your participation too in this event, in the blue economy, and in the research that supports it. I hope you enjoy our video as much as we enjoyed making it. Thanks again.
Thank you everyone for tuning in for our virtual demo here. Really glad that you took the time to come and watch us. Unfortunately, we can't be in person. I would have really liked for us to have been in person. You could have played with the robots and got a first-hand experience with them. But we'll have to settle for this as the next best thing. So I'm gonna take you through, we're gonna throw one in the lake, we're gonna play around with it. I'll take you through what our company does and some of our customers. But first I wanted to say a big thank you to COVE for putting on this event. It's really awesome. We really appreciate being a part of this. If you're not familiar with Deep Trekker, we are a underwater robot company that provides ROVs for various types of inspections. So we work with military throughout the world, navies for hull inspections and critical asset infrastructure inspections. We work with contractors who do pipe inspections, municipalities for water storage tanks, all kinds of different applications. We also work with fish farms to do net inspections and monitor fish behavior. We work with universities who want to do underwater research, do species monitoring. So many different ways that our tools are used. And if you're not familiar with how we actually started as a company, it all started about 11 years ago with 3 friends on a boat who dropped a flashlight overboard and thought, we could make a robot to go get that. So just starting from there, where it was kind of almost a joke or just to make a bit of a toy for them to play with, they quickly realized that the existing ways of getting eyes underwater were incredibly complicated, incredibly expensive. So they knew, okay, we can come up with a better way. So they put together a really rudimentary design and put up a very basic website with a hand-drawn logo. And from there, a Norwegian fish farm supplier found them and bought the first 10 units. That paid for the parts to get started. From there, they built 300 units out of the basement of one of the engineers' houses. And now fast forward 10 more years and we've got thousands of vehicles spread throughout over 100 countries worldwide. We have lots of customers in the fish farming industry and in the ocean science community with applications much like yourselves. We work with companies like Mowi, Cermaq, Grieg, Environment Canada, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Memorial University, Cape Breton University, Parks Canada, and many, many others. There are many applications and many customers who are benefiting from running Deep Trekker systems. And we're taking the ROV out now. So there's the DTG3. It's already connected to your tether reel. This tether reel can fit up to 200 meters of tether on it. So lots of tether for most fish farm applications. Pull out your cable. There's a connector cable here for your controller. You're gonna connect your controller to that. Just line up your notches. And now we're good to go in the water. This was actually the first model that we released, and this is what we started with, but it's also the most popular among fish farms and ocean scientists around the world. It is an incredibly portable, easy to use, and durable option for getting eyes underwater. So you can see here, there's a little camera on board inside, right here. They got lots of lights on board. But you'll also notice there's some other things on this. So you can put other kinds of tools. It's not just a swimming camera. You can put things like a grabber claw or sampling device, or we have other tools like a net repair system. So all kinds of fun ways that you can use this. Some other things that really set it apart is that it's completely battery powered. So when I come out to my site, I don't have to be bringing a generator or a bunch of bulky equipment. Everything fits into one carrying case. So we talk a lot about how easy to use our machines are, but I wanted to show you just how easy they are to use. So how do you actually operate a Deep Trekker ROV? This left joystick here will make him go forward, backward, left, and right. The right joystick will engage the patented pitch. So all that is the rotation of the ROV in the water, which will change the direction of where your thrusters are facing. So when I pull back, I'm actually rotating the body of the ROV backward, and the front of the ROV is facing forward. So when I want to go up, I'm pulling back on the pitch, forward on the left joystick. And now you'll see I'm surface to the water. And then if I want to go the opposite direction, I want to go down, I can press forward on the joystick and then forward on this joystick, and we will go down. And you can see we're looking at the bottom now. So that's how you move around in three-dimensional space. And then the other features that you can deploy are your camera. You can actually swing 270 degrees. So I can look straight up, surface of the water, look straight down. If I want to look at the bottom really closely, Let's say I was doing a benthic survey of the bottom. I can be looking at the bottom while driving forward. You can also adjust your grabber. So you'll see there's joysticks on the back. You can adjust your grabber, open and close it, and rotate it with the joystick on the back to get it in the perfect position to collect your sample or recover a tool that you threw overboard. Other things to note, you'll notice there's a lot of numbers on the screen here. This number here is my compass direction. What direction am I facing? So then I can tell, okay, I want to get over there. My net that I want to go inspect is over in this direction. I want to make sure that it's heading in south direction, let's say. Then I can line that up on screen and then go ahead and head south. You've got your camera angle, so I can adjust and watch what angle is my camera on while I'm driving. You can see what pitch, so what way is the ROV rotating this way. Roll, this is rolling this way. If you see that number go up a lot, that just means there's a lot of current pushing you. You can see your water temperature, so if you wanted to do a profile of an area and see how the water temperature changes in different areas, you could monitor that way, or record the video and watch how it changes over time. You've got a turns count, that'll tell you how many times have I done a circle. And then you've got your depth. So depth is one of the most important ones to monitor because you want to know roughly where you are. So you use your compass direction to know what direction you're facing horizontally. Your depth is how far you are vertically. And with a feature like the precision thruster, I can turn this on and hold a depth in one location. So if I really want to stay in a precise location, get a look at everything around me, then I can turn on auto depth. And the nice part about this is that I can use that right joystick to make very small adjustments to my depth up and down. And then it'll keep it very, very smooth. So let's say I don't have my fish farm here in this lake, but if I had a fish farm and I wanted to do a vertical net inspection, I would want to be very carefully monitoring vertically up a net. You can use your auto depth feature to be able to go up and down that way. The lights are really, really important, especially when you get up close on the target. We can turn them on by pressing these buttons and they'll enhance your view. So now I'm going to take you over to go and recover an object so then you can see how the grabber works, get a better feel for how the system would work in a real life scenario. So we have stumbled upon a treasure here in the bottom of our lake. It looks like some sort of coffee maker machine or something, but we got to get it out. And similar to ghost fishing, if you come across a abandoned lobster pot, you want to get it out. Our ROVs are a great tool for this. I know DFO has recently released some contracts on the coast for cleaning up ghost fishing gear, so our tool is a great option for that. When you want to get close to picking up your target, you want to get your grabber in a nice position. I like to keep it nice and wide open, get a good view of your target. And once you're in position, try clamping down. Now that we're locked in, we're going to pull up by the tether to recover this. Let's see if we can get this coffee maker out or whatever this is, and then we'll get a look. And there's our ghost fishing gear recovered. All right, so unfortunately we don't have a mooring chain on a fish farm to be able to show you here, but I wanted to show you the dock chain and how you could do an inspection. So I followed the chain up to the bottom of this dock. We can get a nice visual and see the condition of the dock. Looks like it could use a little bit of a cleaning. And then we're gonna go and do a survey of this chain. So I want to be able to show you how we can do a whole vertical inspection with our DTG3, something that we would do very similar to on a fish farm. So you can see I can follow the chain down. We get a good view from the camera of this chain, and the goal is of course to see the structural integrity. You want to get really up and close and see if there's any sort of corrosion issues. Immediately what comes to mind when I look at this chain is this thing really needs a cleaning. So you'll have to get our Revolution with Cavi Blaster option to be able to clean this chain off. It's really easy to just keep it in view. Even if you've got a little bit of a flow of water, you're just going to be playing with your left joystick a little bit to hold it in position. But you can see we can follow this chain all the way down and ensure that everything is in place. This is a common inspection on fish farms. Really important to have a deep depth rating as well. We know some farms have as deep as 300 meters in Norway, but we can see here this one's only about 5.7 meters deep, but you get the idea. You'd be able to follow that chain all the way down and ensure your assets good condition. And don't forget, we've actually recorded this all in 4K, so we've got this file here. If anyone wants to see this particular chain inspection afterward, you can see the quality. But really, if you're a fish farmer or if you're a scientist and you go out and perform this inspection, you can have and access this file afterward. You can also add different tools like positioning sensors and water quality tools like a dissolved oxygen sensor. So you could record changes in DO over a span of an area and track it and map it and really add a lot of valuable data to your surveys. And if you're doing a dissolved oxygen survey, you can actually record all that data second by second throughout your dive on a CSV file, so an Excel file, and on a GPX file if you have our positioning system on, so you can track where the location was of the different data as you were operating. If you're looking for other water quality parameters besides just water temperature and dissolved oxygen, we have options with a multi-parameter SON where you can monitor things like conductivity, pH, and many other things. There's actually 14 different parameters that you can add to that SON. So lots of different ways to gather data. You can also take physical samples. I mentioned the sampler tools earlier. You could take a sediment sample here as well if you wanted to bring that to the surface and test it. If you had the positioning system, again, you could log a point of interest by just taking a photo when you went to take that sediment sample, and now you've got mapped coordinates of where you took your sediment samples. So lots of different ways that you can use this machine and put it to work.
Hi, I'm Tony Yule, the Senior Technical Sales Executive at Aquatech Group. Thank you for clicking on our video. This is going to be about one of the major products from our sediment sold range, the AquaLogger 310 TY Turbidity Logger. Once you've finished the video, you can come and talk to me about your oceanographic needs, or you'll find my details at the end of the video where you can send me an email. Thanks very much.
Hello, my name is Melanie Nadeau, and I'm the CEO of the Center for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, COVE. First, I would like to begin by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. While we meet today on a virtual platform, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of the land, which we all call home. At COVE, we recognize, acknowledge, and express our gratitude and respect for the privilege to work and live in Mi'kmaq, the traditional, ancestral, and unceded lands of the Mi'kmaq peoples. From coast to coast to coast, we acknowledge the ancestral and traditional lands and territories of all the Inuit, Métis, and First Nations peoples that call this nation home. Please join me in a moment of reflection to acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past and to consider how we can each in our own way try to move forward in the spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Lenore Zen, Member of Parliament for Cumberland-Colchester, for an exciting announcement. Welcome, Lenore.
Good day. I am Lenore Zan, the Member of Parliament for Cumberland-Colchester in northern Nova Scotia, and I come to you today from the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. I would like to congratulate Ulnuweg Development Group of Millbrook First Nation for another very exciting initiative with $857,000 from Employment Services and Development Canada. This project's going to align Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs with the Center for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, or COVE, and Upswing Solutions to grow viable ocean-based industries while ensuring the sustainability of our ocean environments. So again, congratulations to Chris Gugu and the entire Ulnuweg team, and I wish you all the very, very best. Wilaliok.
Gwe, me dawlotioch. Ni Deluisi Christopher Gugu, Chief Operating Officer, Aka Ilugoki Ulnuweg. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Gugu, Chief Operating Officer for Ulnuweg. On World Oceans Day, Ulnuweg, together with the Center for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, COVE, and Upswing Solutions, and with funding from Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, are proud to announce the launch of Samwanejk, the first initiative of its kind, connecting Indigenous ocean businesses and ocean technology companies in Atlantic Canada to share knowledge and culture. Together, these partnerships will collaborate on innovative projects to improve the sustainability of our oceans and our communities. Indigenous-owned ocean businesses in Atlantic Canada will be invited to propose projects in partnership with ocean technology companies at COVE. At least 3 projects will be selected to receive support and funding that can demonstrate measurable progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals and help advance Canada's 2030 agenda. Samwanejk translates into those who love the water. This project brings together innovators who care about our oceans and who have the skills and desire to make significant strides towards ocean sustainability. The impact of these initiatives will not only build capabilities of Indigenous ocean businesses, but will also positively affect many generations to come as we provide greater care for our oceans. Once again, we thank ESDC for its commitment and look forward in working together with our partners. Thank you.
It was 2 years ago this June when we came together at COVE to talk about how Ulnuweg, COVE, and Upswing could join together in a project that would connect Indigenous ocean businesses with ocean technology companies at COVE on projects that would make a meaningful and positive impact on the health and well-being of our oceans and our communities. We had the opportunity to apply for funding from Employment and Social Development Canada under the Sustainable Development Goals Contributions Funding Stream. And we were thrilled when we received the news in November last year that the funding was approved. Sustainable development cannot be achieved if we don't have equity. At the heart of this initiative is partnership and the sharing of knowledge of the ocean, innovation, and business know-how. At Upswing, we are excited to be part of this groundbreaking initiative, and we can't wait to see the projects that emerge for our inclusive, sustainable blue economy.
It is a great honor to work with Yulnaweg and Upswing Solutions on Simquanaskish, a project that fosters partnerships between Indigenous businesses and the ocean technology sector to develop solutions for a better and sustainable world. COVE is where growth, opportunity, and technical advances in the ocean sector happen, and this project could not be more fitting. We're at the heart of Canada's ocean tech ecosystem. With our working waterfront, partnerships, community, and programs, COVE brings ocean business, research, and technology together to create the world's next practical commercial ocean tech advances. COVE is a model of how to connect natural assets, talent, resources, emerging technologies, and provide opportunities for young Indigenous people to engage in this sector. This project is such a great example of how we will better understand and measure the impacts of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, foster innovation, and increase Indigenous inclusion in Atlantic Canada's ocean sector. Indigenous businesses and ocean tech companies located here at COVE will be working together to bolster ocean innovation by creating, developing, and deploying new technologies and services in the Atlantic region. With COVE's vast network across 5 ocean sectors, access to post-secondary institutions, industry contacts, and options for customer discovery, we're so excited to be part of this project to create growth opportunities for Indigenous ventures in collaboration with Atlantic Canada's entrepreneurship and innovation sector. I really want to thank everyone for joining us today and invite you to watch the video on the project, Simquanaskish, and how you can get involved in the project.
We're connected to the oceans. Our ecosystems are codependent. And with that comes the need for sustainable ocean partnerships. The Simquanaskish project connects Indigenous ocean-related businesses with ocean technology companies in Atlantic Canada. Develop partnerships. Collaborate on new technologies and products. Strengthen the sustainability of our oceans and our communities, and access the resources and support to make it happen. The global ocean economy is projected to reach more than $3 trillion by 2030. Are you an Indigenous business in Atlantic Canada that works on or around the ocean? Find out what the Simquanaskish project can do for you.
We are now heading into break. I'll encourage those interested in potentially getting involved or learning more about the Simquanaskish project to join the breakout room. And for everyone else, please join us back with a fresh coffee in hand at 11:45 sharp when we resume. That's 11:45 Atlantic time. Welcome back. Feeling refreshed and ready to continue? Please enjoy this message from McCartney Underwater Technology. And we're also pleased that McCartney is one of our resident companies at COVE.
Since 1978, McCartney has endeavored to innovate and develop state-of-the-art solutions for the ocean space market. In 1984, McCartney launched the first winch and subsequently continues to design and develop new systems, always looking to provide future-proof solutions. Today, McCartney is proud to present an all-new, all-electric, cost-efficient launch and recovery system for the ocean space market, based on tried and tested McCartney technology. ELARS, answering the need for more eco-friendly solutions. Intelligent control system, automated operations, real-time condition monitoring, highly versatile and future-proof. Custom options available. High degree of integrity. Actuation based on tried and tested McCartney technology. Built-in actuation system redundancy. Emergency recovery mode. Eco-friendly. Energy efficiency improved by more than 30% compared to hydraulic systems. Significantly reduced risk of oil spillage. Zero pressurized oil over water. Technology solution for tomorrow. Compact design increases workspace on skid. Fully scalable design supports any payload. Surpasses existing LARS key performance criteria. Low cost of ownership. Maintenance work reduced by up to 50% compared to hydraulic systems. Cost-efficient spares with minimum lead times. Plug and play mobilization. More than 40 years of experience. Who do you trust?
Hi there, it's John Stratton here. I'm the acting program director for CTAC, which is part of NSCC, and it's Nova Scotia's first technology access center. We're really excited to be part of H2O this year and part of Demo Days as well. And I hope you'll learn about our organization and what we can do to help your small or medium-sized business or other organization. So you can contact us at the virtual booth or through our various social media presence or at our webpage. Thanks and enjoy the show.
We are a research and development center for the oceans sector. CTAC draws on Nova Scotia Community College's resources. What that means is that companies can access the qualified faculty and researchers that work at NSCC, students from over a dozen specialized marine programs, and the suite of ocean technology the college has invested in.
My name is Alfred White, and I'm the instructor with the Ocean Technology program at Ivy campus. I went to the NSCC at down in the valley at COGS and worked in the marine industry for 20 years, surveying. I worked offshore doing marine construction, ROV, environmental assessments in Louisiana, Brazil, and Thailand. Bringing students together with industry partners through CTAC provides field days and vessels of opportunity to do hands-on training out on the water, just like we are right now. So now we're going to go out with CTAC's new intern, Jacqueline Inkpin, and we're going to operate in the fly the video array and do an inspection of the Stellar Maris platform.
My name's Jacqueline Inkpen.
I just finished the Oceans Technology program at NSCC, and I'm currently doing my internship here at COVE with CTAC. I grew up in Nova Scotia, and I've always spent a lot of time around the water, snorkeling, diving, begging my parents to go to the beach, so it was really something that was kind of ingrained and part of me from a young age. So I knew I wanted to do something involving the ocean with my career. And then when I discovered the Oceans Technology program, I realized that not only could I combine my love of the ocean, but also my love of hands-on fieldwork and problem solving and some of those more technical aspects as well. So it's really great being an intern with CTAC. There's a lot of benefits. I'm based mainly out of the workshop here at COVE. So I get to really be immersed in the local ocean sector that's based here. Get to do a lot of great networking. I also get to do a lot of hands-on work, getting some more experience in the field and with the technology. It's also really awesome during COVID, being able to still come to the shop and work in a really safe environment while still getting that hands-on experience. So the video array is a really small, compact ROV, which makes it really useful because it makes it really portable, makes it easy to go out in the field. You can operate it from like a small Zodiac or other vessel. The video array can also be really useful when developing prototypes. So you can go down, inspect the equipment, see how it's performing, and get a bird's eye view of kind of what's going on. When a company accesses some of the gear, technology that CTAC has, not only are they able to use that equipment, but they're also able to access the expertise as well that goes along with operating and maintaining that equipment.
For example, companies can access this moving vessel profiler with an operator. This piece of equipment is unique because it collects physical characteristics of the water column while you're underway, saving time as you don't have to stop operations to collect the data. This is an incredibly useful piece of technology for both hydrographers and oceanographers in performing environmental assessments, seafloor surveys, route mapping for pipelines, and other underwater navigation needs. CTAC's custom 4K drop camera system was designed and built by NSCC. Used to collect imagery of the seafloor, this camera is a validation tool that collects ultra-high resolution imagery. These are just a few examples of the types of technologies companies can access through CTAC.
We're here to help companies fill the gap between proof of concept and market for the ocean innovation ecosystem. On top of the investments NSCC has already made in ocean technology, CTAC is prepared to add new resources, new technology, and new expertise to Atlantic Canada's ocean sector to continue advancing ocean innovation.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Christine Ward-Page. I'm the CEO and lead scientist at eOceans, and I'm happy to be joining Demo Day from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. From now until the end of June, we have one awesome project that everyone can get involved with, and that's the UN World Oceans Day Virtual Ocean Sweep, where everyone around the world is picking up garbage out of the ocean and using the eOceans mobile app to quantify their individual and their global effort and impact associated with the event. Please reach out to me if you have any projects or if you'd like to get in touch. Thanks. Enjoy. Everything we know about the world's ocean and its influence on society depends on the important discoveries made by marine scientists. The problem is that science is manual, siloed, and slow, lagging years to decades behind business, society, and ocean change. Some are speeding it up and making it more collaborative through crowdsourcing, using phone hotlines, email, and researcher-specific mobile apps. For example, people love manta rays. Tourists spend more than $140 million a year in just 10 communities to see them. So alarms rang when they started to disappear, and I was solicited to help. By crowdsourcing observations from ocean explorers around the world, we revealed that although only 2 countries reported catching them, that they were being caught and sold in markets around the world. And this discrepancy was enough to help them get onto the endangered species list. But even this was still manual, 1 observation at a time, 8 months, 500,000 records, and likely to only be used for this one purpose. It's such a waste. I estimate that about $5.7 billion per year is wasted on these manual processes, and this doesn't account for the cost of mismanagement, misdiscoveries, miscommunication, or delayed action. eOceans is fixing this by reinventing the way that ocean science is done, making it real-time and accessible to all. I'm going to give you a quick explainer video.
The ocean economy is valued at $1.5 trillion per year, providing essential products and services to 1 billion people. Many threats, like plastic pollution, ship collisions, and overfishing, have significant costs. On the other hand, there is ample opportunity to celebrate. Billions have been spent on conservation. Species have come back from the brink of extinction. Fisheries have improved. Tourism has value. Protected areas have grown. Although marine researchers work hard to track these changes, a lack of data means their discoveries often lag years behind ocean change. eOceans can help. Our platform was designed by Dr. Christine Ward-Page, an expert in crowdsourcing ocean data. Our mobile app allows all ocean explorers to become scientists by simply logging what they see. Our analytical tools provide researchers with real-time insights to monitor oceans by species, areas, and issues. Through our community feature, explorers follow how their data are being used to answer complex questions. eOceans is on a mission to help communities and researchers make real-time discoveries to celebrate success or to mitigate and adapt to change on timescales that keep pace with business, society, and ocean change. Contact eOceans to get a team started in your community today. For the oceans, for us.
There are many potential applications for the eOceans platform, from species, threats, socioeconomic cultural values and interactions, marine spatial planning. But for example, we're using it right now. We have the Our Ocean and COVID-19 project, where myself and 28 other researchers from around the world are collaborating to understand in real time what's happening in the oceans, how are humans using the oceans, the wildlife observations, and anthropogenic impacts. Using the mobile app, we're collaborating with a network of field observers, a consortium of ocean partners, and we're uniting as local and as a global team. We're on a mission to gather 1 billion observations per day, to generate 1 million analytics per month, and to have 2 billion people interacting with ocean science, so that communities can finally have the knowledge that they need to mitigate and adapt to be resilient to change. For the oceans, for us. I'm Christine Ward-Page, the founder of eOceans, and my contact information is there if you'd like to learn more or to discuss how eOceans could work in your research for your research needs. Thank you.
Thank you for joining H2O Conference and COVE Demo Day. My name is Megan Constable, Marketing Coordinator at JASCO Applied Sciences, and we are proud to be a broadcast sponsor at this year's event. John Maloney, our Engineering and Business Development Manager, will be available to meet after today's demonstration if you have any questions or wish to learn more about JASCO. From predictive modeling, measurements, and data analysis, JASCO provides end-to-end services for environmental reviews and assessments of underwater sounds and its effects on marine life. We're a global provider of acoustic and oceanographic data acquisition systems in both autonomous and real-time monitoring. Our offices in Canada, the US, Europe, and Australia provide support to the oil and gas, marine construction, shipping, energy, fisheries, and defense sectors. Please enjoy.
Hello, I'm Murray Lowry Simpson from Mid-Nature Robotics, and welcome to H2O Conference and COVE Demo Day. Here to talk about AMOS, Aquatic Mini Observation System, and explain some of the details about that, and I'll be available afterward if you'd like to chat or talk about it. Thanks very much. Hope you enjoy it.
Hi, I'm Murray from Mid-Nature Robotics, and I'm here to present a brief demo of how you can use our AMOS autonomous robotic airboat to collect water sample or survey data. Pictured here is a standard AMOS board kit mounted on a 6-foot-long foam surfboard and an optional 100-watt solar panel and temperature conductivity probe attached. The main advantage of our AMOS boat over other robotic vehicles on the market is that it's an airboat and it's lightweight with a very shallow draft, so it can easily travel through very shallow water with lots of vegetation, such as what you see here, and it won't get stuck. Traveling through water like this would be impossible for boats with turning propellers below the waterline. AMOS is lightweight, about 10 kilograms, depending on the base hull used for flotation, makes it easy to transport and deploy by a single person. It's pretty simple to set up the sample course in our Boat Captain software. You can just left-click on the individual points that you would like to use as waypoints, and AMOS will automatically drive itself to these points. You can also define points for taking pictures with the boat's visual camera by holding down the P key when you click on a point. It's then possible to define multiple pictures at each location and define the direction of each picture numerically, or you can click and drag the direction lines. The sample course is just saved as a simple ASCII text file on your PC, and then you can upload it to the AMOS robot. With the robot powered up, just click on the Preferences Connection menu item to connect to the boat, and then click the File Remote AMOS Program Info menu option to view and change the remote configuration of the boat. You can then select the text file to upload, and by default, AMOS will begin to follow those instructions automatically, and whenever it is powered up or rebooted. The AMOS robot waits for 2 minutes to make sure that it has a good GPS lock, and then it goes on its way. The straight line speed of AMOS on a light surfboard is about 4 kilometers per hour. When operating at full speed, it uses about 65 watts of power and will typically last for about an hour and a half if no sunlight is available. If it's a clear day and the sun is higher than about 40 degrees above the horizon, the entire power needs of the boat can be met with the optional 100-watt solar panel. The boat has a calibrated inertial measurement unit, or IMU, with accelerometers, magnetometers, and angular rate sensors to sense the compass direction of the boat and help it achieve stable turns in the water. It is quite simple to download data from the boat. Just click the File, Download Data File menu item in the Boat Captain software and select the data file on AMOS that you'd like to download. Then select a local folder on your PC where you'd like the file to be copied. Then wait for the file to be downloaded. To view data, click the File, Open Data File menu item, select the file, and then select the parameter to view. This then shows a multicolored heat map of the saved data values. Sometimes it's useful to interpolate between data points, such as this depth data. You do this with the interpolation checkbox in the top right corner, and then left-click a series of points that surrounds the area of data that you're interested in. The software then uses an inverse square weighting method to interpolate between the data. We've experimented with a number of different flotation platforms for AMOS over the last few years, including kayak beer coolers, surfboards, catamarans, and this heavy payload boat nicknamed AMOS Orange. We'd love to find out more about your sensing needs and how AMOS might be able to help. Thanks very much for your time, and I hope you liked our video. We'd love to hear from you, so please check out the links listed here to get in touch.
Thank you for watching the video. This is Jackie. Kachima and I will be at the H2O virtual booth. Please stop, say hi. We would love to talk with you and reconnect with you. And let us know how could we help with your next underwater acoustic project. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to H2O. My name is Pierre. I'm here to talk to you guys about the IC Listen Smart Hydrophone and, of course, Ocean Sonics and what we do. So our motto is giving our oceans a voice, making sure that every voice is heard subsea. Why ocean acoustics? Our oceans are not really well understood, and by underwater sound, you can actually tell a lot about what's going on in the environment and actually the health of the ocean. Our goal is to become world leaders in underwater listening. This be anything from singular hydrophones to large arrays to complex engineering projects. But underwater sound is our forte. So how can we do this? What is this? So what it is underwater listening device. These are known as hydrophones. The hydrophones are all digital instruments. So you're getting the raw waveform data and FFT process data all to your fingertips with Ethernet. So what makes it smart? What is a digital hydrophone? We have to go back to the original analog setup. So you have the analog setup, which is your sensor. Then you attach a preamp, then a filter, the AD converter, and data storage. You have a lot of different areas where issues may occur. With a smart hydrophone, all those are integrated into one, making it a very small package and much more reliable and secure. So what is a smart hydrophone? It simplifies data retrieval because it has built-in memory. It's self-contained, has batteries also. It's digital, it's real-time, and it's very simple to deploy. As you see in the photo there, it fits in your hand. So what are these used for? So some of the major applications that are use hydrophones globally is machine health is a very big one, which covers renewable energy or oil and gas. Then you've got marine construction, so when they're doing pile driving or explosives. Of course, ocean science, so fisheries, marine mammal research, observatories, also noise pollution, so also offshore passive acoustic leak monitoring, or just PAM monitoring when you're doing any type of work offshore to make sure there's no marine mammals in the area when you're doing any type of work. These are just a few of the main applications that use acoustics today. So what are some of the benefits? So making decisions in real time allows you to make life really important decisions right away. And these are here is important so you can actually go and save a whale or save a stranded vessel, or looking even for a black box once an airplane goes down. So with these systems, although they are singular systems, you can make them into arrays. They could be 2, 3, 4 hydrophones, all the way up to 100 channels. It's very easy to integrate into other robotics, so AUVs, ROVs, service vehicles, and you can also implement them or integrate them with other platforms like cameras, lights, and on buoys or whatever you're looking for. So because it's Ethernet, it's very easy to integrate with other systems, making retrieval and integration and setup very easy to do and stress-free. So some of the main features of the IC Listen, what makes us special, is that high quality data. And we also have internal processing, so you can get your FFT data in real time. The frequency range of our hydrophones, our high frequency hydrophones, is 10 hertz to 200 kilohertz. They're very small, they're low power, they're autonomous with a built-in 8-hour battery life, 256 gigabytes of internal memory, or you can do it cabled and have them there for numerous years at a time. They're easy to use. The depth ratings go anywhere from 200 meters all the way down to 7,000 meters. Although we're a hydrophone manufacturer, there are a lot of different accessories that we also make to assist with deployments, anything from flow collars to buoys. A launch box allows you to use a hydrophone for 2 or 4 days and synchronize it with GPS, and it gives you Wi-Fi capabilities, so you can connect to the hydrophone via your cell phone, tablet, or a laptop through Wi-Fi, so no really cables needed there. And also, of course, we have software that allow you to post-process the data. We have Coda, which is a click detector for porpoises. We have a PAMguard plugin. And of course, we have our own classified classifiers and ping locators. to help looking for those unusual jobs. Although we are a manufacturer, we do offer project design, data processing, algorithm development, training in-house or in the field, and of course commissioning, so helping you on your first voyage. So let's just talk about some of the single hydrophone deployments so you kind of get an idea how the hydrophone works. So our most common one is with the launch box. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier, and this right here allows you to have a hydrophone connected to a single cable up to 70 meters to a little box, and that box there will give you your battery, Wi-Fi, and GPS time. So now you can connect with your computer, laptop, or tablet from about 100 feet away, and now it's making you much easier. And the cool thing about this is that you can have up to 10 different people connected to the same launch box. So if you're teaching a class or you're with a group of people looking at the same hydrophone, you'll be able to do that with the launch box. Another one is by using it on a drone. You attach it to a drone. Of course, these are trained specialists that go down and make sure that everything is safe. Another way, which is most common, is ROV deployments. This is really known for pipeline leak detection or machine health, so we can actually pinpoint where sounds are coming from subsea. Another one is with a buoy. We have our Wi-Fi buoy there in that photo, and this is good. These are great for machine health, coastal soundscape, tidal current research, and also marine mammal research. So another way is by using a static deployment, so long-term recording. So in this photo, you'll see we have a long-term battery pack there, which would be 30 days or 90 days, depending on the batteries you put in, and you'll be able to leave it there and come back a few weeks later and pick it up and retrieve all the data. Another way is by observatory way, which is you have a long cable going to a hydrophone subsea and then to a HCI or to a computer on the surface. And now this is giving you real-time data on the hydrophone that's underwater. Another way, this is very popular for seismic surveying, which is a towed fish, and then you have a hydrophone going real-time data, and then using the PAM Guide plugin to make sure there's no marine mammals in the area when work's going on.
Arrays. Let's get into the fun stuff. So an array is when you connect two or more hydrophones together that are synchronized. They form an array. And so one of the most popular and well-known ways is by using a tetrahedral, which gives you 4 hydrophones in a known separation. So it allows you to locate and track different sound sources, or even vessels, checking for speed. This is very well known all over the world and can be used in different applications. How does this happen? Or how can you do this? So easiest way to explain it to you is you have 4 hydrophones with 4 cables going to an IC link. The IC link then combines all the data streams together, allowing only one cable up to the surface. At the surface end, you would have something called an HCI, which is the little box there. Connected to that, you would have a GPS time sync, which would synchronize all the hydrophones to universal time. And you can connect also satellite or radio, so you can actually get it to a base station or to a lighthouse where you can get internet from if you're in a remote location. And then if you want real time right at the HCI, you can do that by connecting an Ethernet cable to the HCI directly. Now, in a lot of places, and especially in vertical arrays, where the CAN is just a little bit too big, the IC link is a little bit too big for deployment, you have a smart cable. A smart cable allows you to have 4 Ethernet devices connected to one single cable. An example of this is on a buoy. So you have, and the example there is 3 hydrophones with 3 vertical array hydrophone right to a buoy. The buoy has Wi-Fi inside of it, so you can connect to it up to almost a kilometer away. You'll be able to get real-time data from all 3 streams in that. And this is very popular in the marine mammal research area. Another way is by a very large vertical array. So you can do anywhere from 4 again, all the way up to 32 or 100 channels. So this right here is mainly used for beam steering, water column data collection, or just seeing where sound sources are in the water column. And you'll see there in the photo there, that's a vertical array with a 2-tension membrane. So it allows you to control which ways the array is facing. So in summary, the IC listens are scalable, low power, very easy to deploy on multiple different platforms. They are smart, they're accurate, and very simple, and making much less stress for everyone. So since all this stuff is done, let's go to Jillian for a demo on how to make a vertical array. And I wish it was in person, but due to COVID, it will be on video. So enjoy and look forward to hearing from you guys. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jillian, and today I will be showing you how to set up a 4-channel vertical array. The first thing we want to do is set up each individual isoleucine hydrophone so we can set up our array. You'll want to open one up and make sure that it is fully charged, it has its memory cleared, and that it's able to be connected to your computer. So to set up your hydrophone, you're going to take the hydrophone out of the box, and you can place it on your table. You're going to find a test cable, power adapter, and the plug. The first thing you'll want to do is attach the plug to the power adapter. Then you can attach the power barrel to the power barrel on the test cable. Next, you're going to want to plug this into a wall outlet or something that can give your hydrophone power. After you plug it into your power source, then you're going to plug the test cable into your hydrophone. The hydrophone will buzz once, and then it will buzz twice to indicate that it's fully powered on. The next thing you'll want to do is plug the Ethernet into the Ethernet port on your laptop. Then you'll be able to go onto Marco and search for your hydrophone. Once you have your hydrophone connected to your computer, you can go into the Marco app and click the refresh button. This should show your hydrophone on the screen. Then you can double click on the hydrophone and the isoleucine web interface will pop up in your chosen web browser. Here we have the home page of the isoleucine hydrophone. We can see here that the unit time is not set right now, so we can change that by going into Operations and Hydrophone Time, and we can synchronize the time with our computer time, so we can make sure that everything is recorded using our computer time. Next, we can just check to make sure that the recording is off so that there's no recording being done right now. We can also make sure that our battery is at 100%, and we can go to the data retrieve page to make sure that there is no files currently on the hydrophone. This hydrophone has 180 files on it right now, so we can clear that data. You can delete all of the data by clicking this button, or by going to the Operations page and click Delete Data. If you click Clear All, it will restart the isoleucine and clear all log data, and you should make sure that you allow 5 minutes for this to completely finish. And you have to make sure that it has power during this time so that it can start up correctly. Once you have deleted the data and it restarts, you can tell by it turning back on, you can hear the buzzes. You can go to the data and retrieve page, and you can make sure that there are 0 files, and so that you have the full memory available for recording. After we've done this one hydrophone, we can attach the other hydrophones to our computer and go through the same steps to make sure that they are all ready to be attached to the array. Here we have our structure for setting up our array. We have a rope that goes from the bottom to the top of the array, and we have all of our clamps, our hydrophone clamps, spaced evenly apart. There will be 2 clamps per hydrophone sensor. We have a weight that will be attached to the bottom, and up here at the top we'll have a float. To measure your spacing between hydrophones, you'll want to first use these 2 clamps that are close together and make sure that they're spaced correctly. For this you can take a measurement from the middle of one clamp to the middle of the next clamp. And this is going to be around 8 centimeters. The next thing that you'll want to do is measure from your first clamp set to your second clamp set. And this will be the space between sensors. So you can take a measurement from the top clamp to the next top clamp, and this will be your spacing. The next thing you'll want to do is install your sensors in place. So for this, we can squeeze this 2 clamps together, and then you would carefully insert your hydrophone into place. You'll know you'll have it in the right place when you see these grooves line up with the circle that's in the center of the clamp. The next thing you'll want to do is secure it in place. And to do this, we use cable ties. I have a reusable cable tie, and these work really well for deployments. You'll just be able to insert it inside of the clamp right here, and it will go straight through, and then you can take it through the other side. Once you have the zip ties in place, you can just put them through the clips. And once you have them tightened, you can just put this side down through to make sure that it's not flapping around. The next thing you'll want to do is repeat the process for all of the hydrophones. And you can see here that we've repeated it and have cable ties attached to all of our hydrophones. The next part is to attach a smart cable. And you want to make sure that you have the pin connector at the very bottom, because that's going to be where you're going to attach your extension cable. And so just to attach the smart cable, you'd start at the very first hydrophone, and you can connect it, and then you can continue on for all of the hydrophones. The next thing you want to do is to secure everything in place, attach the smart cable nodes to the clamp. And there's actually a little spot here to put them on. You'll just take the 2 little zip ties, push them through here, and wrap them around your smart cable node. Once you've attached all of your cable ties, then you're ready to attach your extension cable to the end of the array. Next, you're going to attach the extension cable to the smart cable, and then attach the mating locking sleeves. Next, we're going to set up the HCI. And so first we provide power. So same with the power adapter, you're going to connect it, you're going to plug it in to your power source, so plug on the wall. And then you can use a spiral connector and connect the DC in 24 volts right here. So you connect this in here. Once you have power connected, you can connect your extension cable that's attached to the rest of the array to your HCI. Next, we can turn on the HCI. So we can open it up and power on. Inside the HCI, we have a hard drive, and we also have a few lights on the side that show remote power, if there's a fault, if there is a PPS, and if there's a time block for the HCI. Next, we're going to plug in an Ethernet cord to set up the hydrophones. So we can plug it into this test port right here on the HCI, and then you'll attach it to your computer. Once the Ethernet is connected from the HCI to your laptop, you can go into Marco and click refresh. It will show you all of your IC listens that are connected to the HCI, as well as a host link and host controller. If you double click on the host controller, it will bring up its IP address, and you can configure the array from there. Once you bring up your HCI in the web browser, you want to first add your hydrophones to the array. So you go into Settings, Array, and you add your units. So you can add 4 spaces. And then you can look at Marco to fill in the serial numbers for each of the hydrophones. After you have them filled in, you can apply the settings. Once they're applied successfully, then you can go back to the home page, and you can see their array status. So you can see here that they're all green, so they're all connected, and they are all synchronized together. The next thing you can do is ensure that the host interface has the correct time, so it will record all the data with the correct time. So you can go into operations in general, And you can set the time from your computer from here. So this is usually done if you don't have a GPS connected directly to the HCI. That would provide it a PPS. The next thing you can do is set up the data collection for your array. To do this, you would go into Settings, Data Collection. You would choose the host interface control mode you want, along with the sampling frequencies for both the waveform and the spectrum data. And you can turn logging on. You can then apply the settings. If you go back to the home, we can see that they're ready, and if you go to the spectrum charts, you'll be able to see the data in real time. Here we have the spectrum charts from all of the attached hydrophones to the HCI, and we can see the top FFT charts, and then we can see a waterfall display below those for all the hydrophones, and this allows us to confirm that they're all working and they're all able to record data, and we can just take it from here. We can actually deploy the array.
I hope you are enjoying the broadcast. And now up for our next sponsor. Please enjoy this message from Export Development Canada, EDC.
It's about friendship and adventure. It's about going beyond city lights. No deadlines. Just the open road.
Are you ready to go?
It's about pristine lakes, places like this, and moments like these. It's about remembering who we are and where we came from. It's about the canoe. And it's about as Canadian as it gets. For First Nations, it was a tool of life. Today, it lets us explore with curiosity and respect. For 50 years, Nova Craft Canoe has balanced commerce with culture, bringing Canadian canoes to the world. And no matter the headwinds, Export Development Canada has been proud to support their journey. Because now more than ever, it's about a world that could use a little more Canada.
Hello, Halifax. Nikhil Balaraman here with So Far Ocean, joining you virtually from sunny California. I wish we could be up in Halifax with you in person. But until then, I hope you enjoy this short video that we put together explaining what SOFAR is and giving you some more background on our mission. If you have any questions for the team or for me, feel free to email us directly at sales@sofarocean.com or visit the website www.sofarocean.com. We look forward to connecting soon and hope you're all doing well and staying safe. Take care.
If we don't know what is going on today, then we can't propagate that information forward, and we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Traditional instrumentation in the ocean goes back about 60 years or so. Large, complicated, very high price point, and are generally not connected. And as a result of that, we don't have a lot of data. And that is exactly what Spotter is trying to change.
Spotter is a next generation wave and weather buoy to measure winds, waves, and currents. It has a marine grade hull that can last for years in open ocean conditions. It can operate year-round sustainably on solar power. It has a persistent connection through satellite to the internet, and 10 to 50 times cheaper than a traditional instrument.
My name is Grant Washburn. I'm a big wave surfer and a filmmaker, and I've been surfing Mavericks for 28 years. The sport itself has really grown in those years, but also the information that we get. And most of it's not related to surfing. The information is created for shipping, and now we're able to pinpoint the data instruments and put them in a place that we really want them that isn't related to shipping and airports and whatnot.
When you look at Spotter, it's basically a piece of hardware. But included with that is a back-end and front-end system that allows seamless access to the data in real time. It allows two-way communication. You can change settings on the device anywhere in the world. And you can use the API that we provide to pull the data into models or your own website. That extra layer of integration is what I believe makes Spotter such a differentiator. We enable basically a much larger user group to participate. Recreational users, marinas, surfers. It makes it so much easier to get not only an instrument in the water, but also to actually get access to the data and assimilate that into better understanding, better models, and better ability to respond to events in the ocean.
Hi everyone, I'm Flori from Subnero based in Singapore. Today we're going to show you 3 different videos about the Subnero project. So the first one will be about our different type of acoustic modems. The second one will be about how to connect those acoustic modems. And the third one is about AUVs and the use of acoustic modems in AUVs. I'll be online for the entire duration of the conference. So if you've got any question, feel free to message me or to book an appointment. I'll be more than happy to chat with you and to tell you more about what we do, what Subnero is all about, and where we're going. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Hello there, this is Manu from Subnero. In this video, we'll do a quick introduction of the various types of modems from Subnero. An underwater acoustic modem is a device that lets you communicate underwater wirelessly. An acoustic modem uses sound to transmit information from point A to point B and lets you create networks underwater. There are a lot of applications that need communicating underwater, such as transmitting information from an underwater sensor like a current profiler or an underwater water quality sensor. Your deployment scenario will define the modem that you will need. Here is the range of modems in the M25M series from Subnero. To make it easier to understand, we have divided them into various configurations and editions. At the top end, we have our Platinum editions. Platinum editions are designed to operate in harsh environments and are certified for various qualification tests and mil standards such as temperature, humidity, vibration, shock, EMI, EMC, etc. Subnero's Platinum Edition modems are designed to meet rigorous quality standards that are mandated by various domains such as defense, oil and gas, and offshore engineering. Next up, we have our Silver Edition modems. These are our workhorse modems used for general commercial deployments. These modems also provide customization and extension at various levels, allowing network layer protocols as well as physical layer algorithms to be implemented and tested easily. Then we have our Research Edition modems. They are meant for academic researchers as well as underwater technology enthusiasts. They are meant to bridge the gap between computer simulations and high-end commercial deployments. To summarize, we have three different editions: the Platinum Edition, the Silver Edition, and the Research Edition. Next, we have different configurations. Configurations refer to how you deploy your modem. Let's say you want to deploy a sensor underwater and a modem along with it. And this modem is going to need its own power or battery. And that's where the node configuration comes in. The node configuration modems can be deployed underwater along with the sensor. In order to get the data from the sensor to the top side towards the user, you need a modem. And that's where the surface configuration comes in. The surface configuration modems are typically deployed from the surface of water. For these, the power and connectivity is provided externally. Finally, we have our embedded configuration modems. These are meant to be integrated with a bigger platform like an AUV or an ROV or even a bigger sensor. To summarize, we have the node configuration that comes with an integrated battery pack, the surface configuration that requires external power and connectivity, and the embedded configuration that can be integrated to a bigger platform that provides external power, connectivity, and a pressure hull. So the whole range of our medium data rate, medium range modems comes with Platinum that has both embedded and surface configurations, Silver that has all three node, surface, as well as embedded configuration, and Research Edition that comes in the surface configuration. All our modems run Unit Stack, the underwater network stack.
Hi, I'm Amy from Subnero. Today I'm going to show you how to power on and connect to your modems. As you can see here, we have a surface configuration modem. The surface configuration consists of three parts. The lower part is the acoustic transducer. The midsection with the electronics has a pressure rated hull for 100 meters, and on the top is where you connect to it. On one side you have a 8-pin bulkhead connector, and on the other side you have a vent screw. As you can see, there's also two eye bolts. These eye bolts you can use to deploy your modem. The eye bolts can be removed should you want to mount the modem somewhere else. However, we recommend deploying with these points. Your modem will also be shipped with an underwater cable. This underwater cable is terminated at one end with an underwater bulkhead. The other end is terminated with two banana plugs to power on your modem and an Ethernet connector to connect to it. Powering on your modem is really easy. Simply remove the dummy plug, like so, and plug in the underwater connector on the cable. Do make sure to screw in the locking sleeve all of the way to make sure that the connector is all the way in. The modem will take a range of voltages from 18 to 28 volts. You can use a power supply or a battery. Should you be using a power supply, do set the current limit to 3.5 amps. The Ethernet connector is used to connect to your modem. If the modem is configured with a static IP, the Ethernet connector can be plugged directly into the user's laptop. Else, it should be plugged into a router. The router should have a DHCP server. Once the modem is booted up, you can then log on to the router, find the IP address, and type this IP address into a web browser. Next up, we have the node modem. The node modem consists of 5 parts. Again, you have the acoustic transducer, the pressure rated hull for the electronics, the pressure rated hull for the internal battery, the top where you connect to it, and the clamps where you deploy. First up, we'll power the modem using the underwater cable. To power on your modem, simply remove the dummy plug and plug in the cable. To connect to your modem, you can use the Ethernet connector. A node modem is typically deployed at the bottom of a sea. As such, it should be programmed with sleep and wake schedules. To do so, power on as such, connect to your modem. From here, you can set the sleep and wake schedules using the web browser. Once you have done so, you can then power off your modem, unplug the cable, and insert 16 D-cell batteries. To insert the batteries, simply unscrew the lid from the top, pull out the wire and disconnect it, and remove the O-ring. Do make sure to put this in a clean, dry place. As you can see now, there is a battery compartment. Unscrew the 4 thumb screws, remove the lid, insert 16 D-cell batteries. Once inserted, replace the lid, making sure that the orientation is correct, and screw back the 4 thumb screws. Replace the O-ring. From here you can push in the connector and wrap around the excess wire and replace the 4 screws. To power on your modem using the internal batteries, all our modems come with what we call a smart plug. This essentially works just like your cable. You plug in the underwater connector, screw in the locking sleeve, and from here your modem will be turned on and you can deploy. Should you wish to change the sleep and wake schedules, simply remove the smart plug and plug in the cable. So that's the node modem. Next up, we have the embedded configuration. This is designed to be integrated into a larger platform, such as an autonomous underwater vehicle. It consists of 2 main parts. You have the acoustic transducer. This is to be mounted on the external part of your platform, and the electronics, which should be mounted inside your platform. The electronics consists of a base, where the mounting points are, and the top, where the connectors are. The modem will also ship with 2 more cables. You have the power cable. This can be plugged in here, and the Ethernet cable. Again, this can be plugged in here. Depending on how your platform is designed, you may wish to integrate the acoustic transducer first, followed by the electronics. You can use this connector to plug in your transducer. Once the modem is then powered on, you can use the IP address assigned to it to connect to it. And that's how you power on and connect to your embedded configuration.
Have you ever been on a ship having deployed an AUV in one part from which you are receiving status updates every minute? The AUV moves into another part where the connectivity is poor, and now you can no longer successfully receive the status reports. This is a very common problem. If you have a second modem on the ship and you deploy it from another part of the ship, would it help improving the odds of recovering the communication with AUV? We asked this question ourselves, and Unity was born. Unity technology is a premium feature that exploits distributed spatial diversity. It enables robust communication and improves the communication performance of UNetStack compatible devices. With the Unity framework, 2 or more spatially separated UNetStack enabled nodes, we call it assisting nodes, receive a copy of the acoustic signal that is transmitted. As the main node and the assisting nodes are spatially separated, the correlation between the received signals on each of them is low.
So you have these receiving modems deployed at spatially different locations. Now when a signal is transmitted, each of these receiving modems receive a different copy of the signal. And it is well known that combining them greatly improves the communication performance. The challenge here really is to assimilate all these copies at the main receiving modem and associate the right signals together and combine them. This sharing of information usually happens over a short-range network. These copies of received signal are then combined together to decode the information, and since these signals are usually independent and have low correlation, the combining greatly helps us in practice. So we developed Unity framework in UNetStack to exactly do this.
Back to our example with AUV sending status reports. Deploying a second modem from another part of the ship does greatly improve the communication link with Unity-enabled devices. In most of the cases, when you have multiple modems deployed at spatially separated locations, combining is not needed, as one of the modems might have received the signal correctly. Only in the cases where none of the received signals on the multiple modems were successfully decoded, Unity combines them automatically and tries to recover the signal. In practice, it turns out that the combination of selection diversity and diversity combining is extremely advantageous in improving the communication performance in terms of either effective data rate, range, or reliability. With just a software upgrade, Unity can help you harness the power of spatial diversity to improve performance of your communication link.
Hello and welcome to the H2O Conference. My name is Matthew Dempsey. I'm the Assistant Sales Manager for McCarty Canada. We're a proud sponsor of the COVE Demo Day. If you'd like to learn more about McCarty Canada and how we can assist you with your underwater connectivity, telemetry, or launch and recovery needs, please feel free to stick around after the demo and my colleagues and I will be happy to help you. Please enjoy.
My name is Michael and I'm the CCO at McCartney. As you know, McCartney has developed, produced, and sold solutions for underwater use and ship deck equipment for more than 25 years. Now we have the official launch on our newest member in our McCartney product family, our all-electric A-frame. We have named it ELAS, and it is right here, ready for you and your operation. We are so excited to show you a new technology on the market for launch and recovery systems. And we are grateful for your great interest in this webinar and in the ELAS. Thank you all for participating. Naturally, we had hoped to show the ELAS face-to-face on a traditional exhibition, but COVID-19 forces us all to think and act differently. Hopefully, this webinar will give you a good insight in our new ELAS and give you more appetite to learn more about all the benefits. I will now hand over the word to my colleagues. Presenting ELAS, Carsten, our product manager for launch and recovery systems, and Lasse, our CTO. Our moderator is Lars Jørgensen, head of product management. The all-electric A-frame has landed. It is right here, ready for you and your operation. Enjoy the show and stay safe, everyone.
So, as Michael said, welcome to our presentation of our new product, the ELAS, an all-electric A-frame. This product is based on input from a wide range of you, our customers. It all started out as an aim for creating an A-frame with zero pressurized oil over water. Some customers actually especially required a fully electric A-frame that was not present at the market at that time. These inputs has been in the development work for making the ELAS. As a side effect, we actually ended up with a very eco-friendly machine. The power consumption has been reduced by more than 30% compared to a standard hydraulic system, and the noise has been reduced dramatically as well. The risk of oil spillage during the life cycle of the ELAS is reduced doing all the way from production, manufacturing, and also doing maintenance and operation. The oil spillage is highly reduced. There's a very low level of oil, and oil-contaminated waste products from maintenance is gone. It's actually just history in our system. So what you have here now is a fully electric ELAS that is available, and it's ready for any vessel of opportunity, and it's also designed for very green and modern vessel designs as well.
Thank you, Carsten. So as Carsten said, we are extremely proud to be standing here in front of our ELAS, an extremely eco-friendly product. But of course, we do realize that it being eco-friendly cannot stand alone. So in essence, what we have obviously also tried to build in is from the very get-go a very, very high degree of robustness and integrity. So whether it being the main drive system driving the A-frame in and out, the extension system, or any other subsystem on the docking head, the boom, even back in the control system, it's actually based on components and sub-assemblies that we have been using for our machine portfolio over the last 20 plus years. In essence, what that means is that in excess of 90% of the mechanical parts and electrical parts that we are using, we have actually used them for over 20 years in other machines, and thereby, from the very beginning, we do have a very good track record in those systems. Of course, failure do occur. It could be a failure in the main luffing system. It could be a failure in basically any of the other mechanical or electrical components. Again, also in the electrical compartment. And in order to make sure that should that happen, we have done an extremely high, let's say, level of failure mode analysis. So just to mention a few examples, should one or actually more of the electrical motors that are driving the main movement, should they fail, the system will always be able to recover the payload to deck at reduced speed, but at the same high load. And the same goes for virtually every part of the system. Redundancy is built in every aspect where we have not been able to build in redundancy. Instead, we have built in a high degree of plug and play, which means that whether it's an electrical motor, a sensor, or even the PLC and the frequency inverters, if they do fail, it's actually possible for you as users, without any specialist training, to simply plug it out, plug a new unit in. The system will alert you that a new unit is present. You simply acknowledge that it shall self-configure, and within minutes, basically, you'll be up and running again. Talking a little bit into maybe, let's say, a bit more simple error that also, of course, may occur compared to a hydraulic system. That could be an electrical cable failure. Talking a bit in the direction of hydraulic systems. On the hydraulic systems, we all know we have a lot of hydraulic hoses. They may leak from time to time. Often they do. But even though they are leaking, they will still work to a certain degree. That's a different case with an electric cable. As everybody knows, if an electric cable fails, it doesn't work. So basically what we have done in that regard is to build in 100% redundancy, which means that even if I were to cut one of the signal cables, even if I were to cut all signal cables running along one of the legs, the system will alert you and say, you have cable errors, do you want to proceed operation? You simply acknowledge that and you can continue operating at 100% performance due to the redundancy built into the system. So all in all, what we're looking at here is a system with a very high degree of built-in integrity, a high degree of redundancy. Should the worst thing happen that you are not able to repair the system yourself, if you have some sort of a diagnostics issue, the system will come from factory with a built-in remote access module, which means that as long as the system is connected to a network, our software technicians can log onto the system and assist you should you need that anywhere in the world. So all in all, what we're looking at here is an entirely new machine, which we are extremely proud of. But in essence, we're looking at an entirely new machine, mainly built up of components for which we have in excess of 20 years of experience.
Yeah, and if we're looking at a standard hydraulic solution, we will typically see a HPU located in this area here, taking up part of the operation space. And typically, there will be a control system installed here on back of the system. In our setup, we are only occupying the space that is located here on back on the winch. It's both control system and it's also our power unit as well. The control system is highly integrated with the winch system in this case here, and it's very easy to operate from this remote control here. And it's very intuitive build-up and easy to use, and it contains all your daily work functionalities. And Lasse, do you mind driving a little?
I'd be very happy to.
Please. The ELAS system we see here is a combined system with a winch and an A-frame. It can also be delivered as a separate A-frame with SVL up to 50 tons or even more. A standalone system can also be integrated with your current winch system. Our control system is connected point to point with wires all the way from the control system to any of the sensors or drive on this system. That makes your troubleshooting very, very easy if that will be necessary at all. There is also a wide range of sensors that is giving us feedback and giving us options to see the condition of the system. And it also gives a very good indication of the location of the A-frame if you're operating this as automated or at a remote operations. The same sensor feedback is also giving us a new level of intelligence. For instance, we have learning functions and automated functions, and it's also programmable for some of the wishes you might have. The multi-level of emergency recovery is giving the opportunity that even some of the sensors, a drive, or even one of the frequencies further is damaged, it will still be available. It will still take your payload safe back to deck. That has been very essential for us. In essence, this is a bus-based platform ready to be programmed and configured by your wishes. It could be that you are installing this system in a hangar where there is insufficient height in the hatch to receive a fully extended A-frame. Then we can add in a learning function so the A-frame will automatically retract during launch and recovery to avoid collision with the hatch.
So up until now, what we have been talking about is the whole eco-friendliness of the system, let's say where it all started, the elimination of pressurized oil over the water, the low power consumption, the low noise level, which is quite apparent now, I guess. I've been talking a little bit about the robustness and the integrity of the system, where basically no matter what happens, you will always be able to retrieve your payload back to deck. Carsten just mentioned the high degree of intelligence in the system and virtually this whole new world that is opening up. But of course, all of these things cannot stand alone. It needs to also provide a strong financial case, of course. So therefore, I'll talk a little bit into the cost of ownership side of it, or the low cost of ownership actually. So I've brought in a typical hydraulic hose that is well known from similar systems of hydraulic nature. On a hydraulic A-frame, you would have several of hoses and similar lines like this. And what that means for you as operator is that you'll need to perform regular pressure testing. You'll need to regularly retighten and make sure you don't have any leaks. On top of that, you'll need to replace oil filters and large oil volumes. You'll need to service hydraulic valves, stuff like that. With the ELAS, it's quite different. All of the before mentioned work, that's history now, doesn't exist on this A-frame. So I'll take you up onto the A-frame for a short tour of the maintenance side of this unit. So compared to the hydraulic systems, as I mentioned, a lot of work is gone. Its history doesn't exist on this unit. What's basically left is regular lubrication of grease points. That's known for any moving parts on the A-frame, along the legs, the moving joints, also up on the boom. A thing worth mentioning is that it may seem a little bit hard to reach up there, but in fact, if you place the stack in the front of the skid, you're actually able to lower the A-frame all the way down to basically my head level, which means that everything is easily accessible. And anything that is not easily accessible by nature has been let out in tubes, so that all grease points are extremely easy both to identify and maintain. That's one maintenance thing. Basically, the other thing left to do is regular visual inspection of cabling, simply to look for anything that looks out of the ordinary. So all in all, the maintenance side of the ELARS is greasing, visual inspection of cables, the rest of the system, and basically that's it. So we actually present to you a system with at least 50% of savings in your regular maintenance work. On top of that, another key item in the whole cost side is that on a regular system, in this location, you would be looking at a very large hydraulic system, cylinder. Same goes for this location, would be a large hydraulic cylinder. Also, other functions would be complex hydraulic units, which are typically custom made for each and every different A-frame, with high cost and typically 10 to 20 weeks of lead time. And as operators, for you, that means you need to carry them on the vessel, because otherwise you would risk a long downtime. They represent an extremely high cost. All of that is also history now. The spares needed for the ELARS, that is very simply commercially available electrical motors. Basically, that's it. So all in all, the whole value that you need to put in stock is significantly reduced. And should you not carry any electrical motors on the vessel, no matter basically if you are at the other end of the world, you will be able to source something locally. By the way, if we can have a look just a little bit down from here, what we'll see is two hatches. This is actually the compartments in which the main drive motors for the main movement is located. The reason we've built them into these watertight compartments is actually that, based on feedback from a lot of our users, a lot of you customers, this particular area is extremely subjected to wave splash and is, let's say, an extremely wet environment. Therefore, motors have been built into watertight compartments. So basically what we have done is we have taken the motors out of the harsh environment. On top of that, should water enter, you'll get an alarm on the display so you know, but actually the motors inside, they are capable of working in water. So you have this high degree of integrity also in this place. Same goes for the motors on the boom. They are not built into watertight compartments, but they are splash protected. In terms of the skill set required to maintain or service the ELARS A-frame, of course, when it's electrical, it's a different skill set you will need compared to a hydraulic system. But basically, we have taken a lot of effort into making sure that no specialist tool is required, and having everything being plug and play, as I mentioned a bit earlier. The only skill set you'll need on board is common electrician training, and I believe that's something that everybody has on board anyway. So in terms of the whole technological side of this unit and the maintenance aspect, there's really no hassle in that direction. Last thing I'll mention is concerning the logistics side of the A-frame. This unit, as you can see, is built around ISO 20-foot container footprint, which means that it's easy to handle from a yard onto a lorry and out onto the vessel. When you reach the vessel, you simply lift it on board. You twist the 6 twist locks, then you have your mechanical integration. On top of that, you have one cable you plug in. Once you have plugged in that cable, you're ready to go. So also the whole logistics side of it is extremely optimized. So all in all, not only are we looking at, let's say, a highly technological product that we as a technology company are very proud of, it also represents a very strong business case.
Yeah, but we also have to talk a little about the spec on this one here. This system here has a SVL of 3.5 tons. It's scalable. You can easily have it scaled up to 50 tons of SVL or even higher. You can have it delivered as a standalone unit, means it comes as an electric A-frame only that will fit exactly for your vessel. This system here is equipped with extension boom. It could also be a more simple version where there is no extension boom attached to it. We have a docking head for ROV. We also have a docking head for other equipment like CTDs or water samplers. It could also go with a simple sheave in case you need that for your application, for towing application or what it could be. This system here is highly integrated with the winch. We could also integrate it with the winch you might have on board already. And the system you look at here is very, very lightweight. It's only 12 tons. And the max gross weight of this system here is 17 tons. So that leaves you 5 tons for your equipment, umbilical, slip ring, and the machine that you want to transport together with this gear here. So it's configured, as we look at here, for an ROV, but it can be configured to what you like.
It certainly can. So in terms of the, let's say, deeper technical aspects, the system is, as a base case, CE marked, which is commonly used across the European Union. It can also be certified according to the DNV, ABS, Lloyd's, or whatever society is typically used in the offshore industry. So all of that is very basic stuff. On top of that, for Norwegian sector, it can be designed and used according to NORSOC, and even also to ATEX for explosive environments. So you could say combining the technical aspects with the applications for the ELAS, I think it would be fair to say that basically the sky is the limit.
Thank you very much for listening.
I didn't know how we were going to come out the other side. If we were going to make one final push, we wanted to make sure that we were going to be known for doing something really great and something that would help the planet. My name's Heather Clark. I'm the co-founder of Poseidon Ocean Systems. Poseidon was founded by myself and my husband. We started in our home office with my 3-month-old daughter on my lap. We focus on water quality and infrastructure for salmon farming. The last 12 months, we were kind of forced to make some bold moves. We brought to market some clean technology that helps reduce carbon footprints and cuts diesel consumption by 56%. That is something that we are so excited to bring to the global market because that's going to have a major impact on salmon farming around the world. In 2021, about 50% of our business is expected to be from export markets. Export Development Canada has been incredibly supportive in us transitioning. Now that we have traction in the international market, it's absolutely the way forward. Vancouver Island is a pretty amazing place to raise a family, and we spend every weekend in the summertime at our family cottage on the lake. Being so immersed in the environment, you realize that everything you do every single day has an impact. We just want to be making sure that we are reducing our impact on the environment as much as possible and helping our customers do the same.
Hello, welcome to Qualities. Qualities is a corrosion inspection company based in St. John's, Newfoundland. We have started our journey in 2018 as a corrosion inspection service provider. We have done a few projects with Newfoundland offshore operators in 2019. During the projects in ocean sector, we have realized a need of automation in image data analysis during corrosion inspection. And therefore, we have started developing a software product from 2020, and we have now our first version ready. We are a vibrant team of software to machine learning developer to material scientist to management experts. When it comes to the ocean sector, we are currently seeing a massive digitalization to enhance the operational efficiency and productivity. And in the asset inspection is a crucial component in the ocean sector. There are mainly three main modes of inspection: non-destructive testing or NDT, visual and chemical, where visual is easier to deploy. Visual inspection can be applied to underwater to the over-the-water assets. In the visual inspection practices, one can first collect the image data of the asset. Then he manually inspects the images to try to assess the corrosion impact approximately. Then he will be in a position to estimate the chances of asset failure approximately and to take necessary mitigation strategies. Now, manual image analysis comes with a lot of issues. Firstly, since the images are manually inspected, therefore it is very difficult to extract all the information that we need from the images to understand the corrosion impact. Also, the manual image analysis is time consuming. Sometimes it takes weeks or months for analysis of hundreds of images. And since it is manual, thus it is prone to human error or omissions. That means sometimes user overlook the corrosion impact on the asset. This drawbacks results in unforeseen asset failure, which not only costs millions of dollars, it also causes environmental hazards. Now, in order to solve these issues, an automation is important for image analysis. A machine learning based application which is able to analyze the image pixel by pixel to detect the corrosion impact on the asset. This technology can extract most of the information from the images, which helps to understand the condition of the asset. And since it's a computer-based technology, it is fast. And for pixel by pixel analysis, it is also more accurate than the manual one. Qualities has developed a machine learning based computer vision technology, Argus 1.21. So here is a glimpse of Argus. So a user will log into the account and then he will be able to hit Analyze button. So there is an upload button. Once he will hit the upload button, he can able to upload the image. Now uploading the image, we have a unique functionality to select the part of the asset the user is interested in. So that helps to take this all unwanted features from the image, and user will be concentrate only on the part that he wants to know what is the corrosion impact on. So once he selected the part, then he will hit the Analyze button. And then Argus 1.21, backend of the Argus 1.21 will analyze that data. So now you can see the output data has the corroded part highlighted and also the percentage of the corrosion coverage, and the user is able to download the analyzed images. Now, I'm going to talk about the product features and its value proposition. We have seen about 90% of accuracy when it comes to the corrosion detection by over 150 image testing. If you can see in this picture, the analyzed images is able to pick all the corrosion spot that formed on the asset. Another interesting feature of Argus 1.21 is detecting corrosion in a quantitative manner. In this picture, Argus is able to estimate the percentage of corrosion coverage on the asset. This is a very important component for corrosion inspection, as the percentage of corrosion coverage links to the condition of the asset and further predictive maintenance. On the other hand, tracking the rate of corrosion is crucial for predictive maintenance too. So here you can see that we have a carbon steel before the corrosion test, and we got 0% of corrosion. After exposure of the steel sample in a corrosive environment for certain days, we have found 50.25% of corrosion. Therefore, in a time-resolved manner, an user is able to track the increase of percentage of corrosion by the image analysis. This helps user to estimate the rate of corrosion. Argus is also a secure cloud-based application, and since it is a web app, an user is able to access at any time and from anywhere. Therefore, an user is able to access the software from home as well. Especially in the light of COVID-19 impact, remote accessibility is the key. If you could recall from the demo that our user interface is very simple. That means anyone can use this software. It doesn't need to be a corrosion engineer or industry expert. All the complexity of the software is tackled by the backend of the application, so the user will not have any issue on operating the software. There are only few companies out there who have the machine learning-based computer vision technology which can detect corrosion. However, our solution have higher accuracy compared to the other solutions. You can see in this picture that we are able to detect all the corrosion part in the pipe. Not only that, we have this unique feature that able to calculate the percentage of corrosion. That way, our user will be able to access the condition of the assets more accurately. In addition, so that we also have the functionality where a user will be able to select the part of the asset in the image that he is interested in. Therefore, when the ocean sector is mobilizing their digitalization in their operation, our machine learning-based computer vision technology for corrosion inspection will further help as a digital twin application to enhance the predictive maintenance practices. Here are the few names of our clients and collaborators. Thank you so much for your time. If you have any question, please reach me over email or phone. Thank you.
Mayorcoms is poised for the design and development of remote sensing and wireless communication systems for maritime environments. Founded in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, our current product is a robust and broadband underwater acoustic communication system, termed ROAM. ROAM offers 10 times or faster connections and significantly higher reliability than the current best practice, enabling wireless transmission of images and other large data under the water. We have a ROAM transmit device mounted on Stella Maris platform under the water at Cove Harbor, from which we transmit our signals. We have hydrophones dangled in the water on the shoreside, and a ROAM receiver unit is located inside of the Stella Maris Operations Center where we process the received signals. The underwater propagation medium at Cove Harbor is characterized as a very shallow water channel, as the water depth does not exceed 10 meters either at the transmit or receive locations. This causes the receiver to observe destructive echoes of the transmitted signal due to bounces from the surface and the bottom of the ocean. In addition to that, random water movements on the surface and the noise created by vessels in the harbor further exacerbates the difficulty of this propagation medium, leading to a truly doubly dispersive environment. We will now move to the receiver side and present a realization of the receiver control software working in real time. The receiver first translates the received sound back into electrical signals. Thereafter, the synchronization is established, and the correction algorithms are applied. At the end of the reception process, a perfect replica of the original image is reconstructed. Reach out to us to learn more about how ROAM can help you in your particular use cases using our contact information.
Welcome to the H2O Conference and COVE Demo Day. We are at ZEOS Technologies. We're happy to show off some of our products. We hope you enjoy the demo. If you have any questions, please reach out anytime. You can catch us at zeostech.com.
Hi, my name is Scott Tobin. I'm the Technical Sales Engineer here at ZEOS Technologies, and today I'm here to talk to you about our Apollo beacon. It's one of our favorites that we have. So the Apollo is a GPS and Iridium beacon combined with an LED flasher. The Apollo is made of titanium and has a glass lens close to the top here. This particular one, the Apollo 3, takes 3 D-cell lithium batteries. We also have the full-length Apollo that takes 7 D-cell alkaline batteries, and we have another one called the Apollo Mono that takes 1 D-cell lithium battery. The Apollo 3 and the full-length Apollo are both rated to 11,000 meters. The Apollo Mono is rated to 6,000 meters. So the Apollo beacon has a few turn-on mechanisms. The most simple way, most common way that most people probably will turn it on is just to install the batteries. So if you put the batteries in there, you screw the cap on, the light's going to flash, go through a startup sequence, and then the beacon is on and ready to use. The other common way to turn it on is using the reed switch. So most beacons will have a sticker around the top here that says tap here. If it doesn't, you can use your magnet provided with the Apollo beacon to find that reed switch. So if you go around the top, see the flash, that's where you know the reed switch is. So when you find that flash and you find where that reed switch is, if you tap it twice at a rhythm of once per second, you're going to see 2 flashes and then it'll start. So it goes from dim to bright and then will flash for 20 to 30 seconds depending on whether it can get satellites or not. And when this flash sequence stops, it'll flash really bright and then go into its normal operation. So from here on, it'll flash at its pre-programmed intervals, and again, your beacon is ready to use. So a typical application for the Apollo is to install it on some kind of underwater package. So you can install it on a subsurface instrument mooring or a benthic lander or AUV. When the beacon goes underwater, it'll actually go into a low power sleep mode, and it realizes this because of the water sense that measures the capacitance between the top cap and the body of the beacon. So when it actually goes underwater, it'll stay in that low power mode for years, months, kind of depending on what the application is and what beacon it is. And then when it comes to the surface, during a planned or unplanned surfacing event, it will measure that change in its environment due to the water sense at the top here. First thing it will do is send an alarm Iridium message, then it will acquire the GPS satellites and then send that precise location to your profile or email inbox or however you have it configured. And at this point you know where the beacon is and your package, and you can go and get it. The Hermes is designed to receive position messages from ZEOS Iridium beacons, and it makes finding your beacon and sensor package much easier during recovery. So if you're on the open ocean and don't have cell coverage or internet, which is a lot of the time, then you will still have Iridium coverage because you get that anywhere in the world. Messages from the beacons will go straight to this Hermes device while you're out there recovering your equipment. Otherwise, you would be on your cell phone or on the internet somewhere looking into your email inbox or on ZEOS Online Lite, which of course can be delayed sometimes if connections are spotty or you don't have good cell coverage out on the open ocean. So to turn your Hermes device on, hold down the 3 button on the front panel and it will turn on, tell you that it's waking up. It will take a few seconds to acquire the satellites. There's a little green light that will flash on the back, and that's how you know the battery's powering up. The Hermes will actually acquire its own position as well. It has a GPS device inside and will display its latitude and longitude on the screen. And then as the position messages roll in from the beacons, it will display their latitude and longitude. And you can flip through those messages with the 1 button and 3 button that will take you back and forth between the messages. And since it has a GPS inside and knows where the targets are, it will actually calculate a range and a heading to where the target is. So you'll have a direction and an actual distance to where your sensor package in the beacon is. So another feature of the Hermes is that it can actually send position messages to the chart plotter of a ship or OpenCPN on a laptop by NMEA string through the connector on the bottom. So with every Hermes device, we'll provide a serial cable that will allow those messages to be fed through. So if you're out on the ocean looking for your asset, you can actually get the messages from the Hermes to show up on the display of a chart plotter or a mapping system of some kind, and have the ship just go directly there and cut out some communication in between.
Zeos Online is our proprietary web-hosted application for managing your beacons. Zeos Online is your single portal for accessing and mapping your beacon location data, updating the beacon configuration settings, updating and setting message timers, setting up alarm and watch circle parameters, and setting up Teams and message forwarding. The Zeos app is available free for download from the App Store. It is used to communicate with your Apollo through Bluetooth prior to deployment. It provides a really easy way to check your configuration, set timers, or update firmware. In this example, you can see a situation where a bottom-mounted mooring package unexpectedly released and came to the surface unbeknownst to the owner. When this happened, the Apollo recognized that it was at the surface, got a GPS location, and sent it back to its owner through the Iridium satellite network. The owner then organized a boat and used his Hermes handheld beacon locator to go out and find the package, which was drifting down the coast rapidly. The successful recovery was completed.
I hope you are enjoying the broadcast. Now, please enjoy this message from our last sponsor, InnovaCorp. InnovaCorp also supports some of the entrepreneurs and startups at the COVE Startup Yard and provides programming for new companies developing their businesses.
Hi, Startup Yard and InnovaCorp are very pleased to be a sponsor of COVE Demo Day. My name is Shelly Hessian. I'm Executive Director of Startup Yard at COVE. We are the incubator located at COVE, managed by InnovaCorp. Startup Yard helps early stage companies commercialize their ocean technologies and succeed in global marketplaces. If you are an early stage startup, come and talk to us.
Hi, I'm Owen Bryan, Sales Director for Kongsberg Digital here in Canada. We're just up the road from our friends at COVE in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. And in this session, my colleague Terry Heistad is going to talk about autonomous shipping. If you have any questions about the session, feel free to reach out to me by clicking on the B2B button or emailing me at owen.bryan@kdi.kongsberg.com. Enjoy!
Yes, hello everybody, and welcome to this webinar with the topics of how to use simulation technology in autonomous shipping. During this webinar, I will cover three topics. First of all, I will go through the key enabling technologies for autonomy itself and explain how that is. And then we will go into the details on the simulation technology and how that supports autonomous shipping. I will also cover AutoShip, a Horizon 2020 research project that we run to enable a lot of these technologies. Okay, so let's start with what is autonomous shipping. We can say that we have three main pillars when it comes to the technology part of the autonomous shipping. First of all, we have the ship here in the corner, the autonomous ships with all the sensors, camera technologies, and the autonomous navigation system, autonomous engine control system, and also the intelligence awareness system, giving then the ship the full situation awareness around itself. The second pillar is equally important, that is the connectivity and the cyber security. The ship needs to be connected to the shore in a safe and secure way, and it needs to be enable two-way communication between the shore and the ship itself. And that brings me to the third pillar, which is the remote control center and the remote operations. So what we do then in the remote control center is that we first of all control and have the full surveillance of the autonomous ships. We can also have the possibility to go in then and intervene if there is an emergency situation. We also have the possibility from the remote control center to do remote operation of some assets, for instance, remote tugs. So that is the three main pillars. But then we also have the supporting technology, which we will cover during this webinar, and that is the simulation and the digital twin technology. This technology is being used in all the way from early prototyping and verification of the concept itself, through then more operational support, decision support during an operation, and also then training of the new maritime role that we will have in the remote operating center. So let's have a closer look on the simulation technology itself. Well, first of all, the simulation technology then supports autonomy because we then have the possibility to run what we call a virtual test bed, where then these autonomous ships are a part of a fully dynamic environment. So we can use the existing navigation simulators and engine control simulators and then put the autonomous ships as one additional ship into this scenario and have then a fully virtual test bed. We create then models of the ships and the sailing areas and also the ports itself, and in some cases also the full engine control room. And that will then be the digital twin models or the simulator models into this environment. And then we interface the new developed technology for autonomous systems to the ship itself in the virtual environment. So then we have the full suite of test bed, where we can then test and verify and prototype all the new functionality and also how it operates in an environment. In addition, we will then use the simulation technology to support also when the ship is in operation. So what we do then is that we connect the ship to the shore control center, and then the shore control center is then connected to the simulator, giving you the possibility to do what we call operability analysis and digital twin functionality. I will come back with more details on that later in my presentation. But it's also a really nice support for the class approval, because a lot of this is new emerging technologies and you need to run a lot of test cases, and some of the test cases cannot really be run during a normal sea trial. So then you have to support it with simulation run and simulation scenarios where you can test and vet the functionality and also show that to the class, and it will be then a tool for the class approval. We also need to train and then not forget about the human aspect of autonomous ships. Even if you are moving the people from the ship and into the shore control center, we still need to train then this new maritime role. And then the simulation technology is an excellent tool to train these new skill sets. So let's go a little bit further into the details on the simulation and the prototyping. As I mentioned then, we have then this basic navigation simulator is then the virtual synthetic testbed, where we then put autonomous modeled ship into the same scenario as we normally do with manned ships. So in this case, as you can see on the image, we have then two autonomous barges from a research project we are running, and we combine it with a manned barge. So this is then used then to test and verify both the functionality itself when it comes to dedicated functionality related to autonomy, and also the full operation when you run it in a combined scenario with manned and unmanned ships. So one example here is then, if you see this new camera technology that we have developed for situation awareness, it's called CI. It's 4 cameras that we put then on these autonomous ships to give the full video stream into the remote control center, but also a video stream into the situation awareness system that do then mathematical calculation and actually map up the objects in the area based on machine learning algorithms. So then the first thing we use the simulator for then is to actually to test out where to position this camera in on the barge itself in order to have the optimum view angle of the different cameras. And the second objective is then to really test the functionality itself, that we have then simulated images sent into the shore control center, but also sent into the situation awareness system and technology that we again then will give input to the automatic navigation system, ultimately giving the order then to the propulsion system of these barges. So it's the full chain of testing that we use it for them. And then we also use it to more as a kind of dedicated tester for specific technology. So we kind of use it to support the development of, for instance, the automatic navigation system, where we run then test runs continuously during the development to prove and see that it works according to the rules of the road, and then we do modification and improvements to the systems each day based on simulation that is being run then during the night. So it's being used extensively in feed studies and also in research projects, where we then connect third-party equipment to the simulator and test out and both the human aspects of this, but also the technology aspects of this. I'll come a little bit back to that later. Another important area where we use the technology is that it's an excellent tool also to generate a lot of synthetic test runs. The machine learning algorithms in some of these systems need a lot of data sets to be trained on. So you can do a lot of sailing in real time and send that data sets and train then the machine learning algorithms, but you can also support it then with a lot of simulation runs. So you can then actually run maybe 1,000 scenarios, different scenarios on the simulator, and you can then go in and train the machine learning algorithms on these data sets. So that is another area where we use then this technology. And thirdly, when we also now are in the process of prototyping the remote operating centers, then we connect then the simulation technology to the mock-up of the remote control center. And you can then generate a lot of test scenarios, so we can actually also test the layout itself and how that will be optimized in the remote operating center, and also the functionality on the remote operating center by stimulating it with navigation scenarios and autonomous ships in those navigation scenarios. So prototyping and simulation is one area that we really use it. And if you move on then to when this is in operation, because these assets are connected via sensors on board the ships, and then we have the edge device, and we send it up to the cloud environment, and then we send it back into the remote control centers. In the remote control centers, we then have a simulator as well. And that simulator can then take a snapshot of the real data and initialize then the simulation. So we are able then to actually have the same situation in the simulator as we have in real life. And then by adding the fast time simulation capability to this, we have the possibility to run decision support elements. So we have one example. If we, for instance, have then a failure, single failure on a system, a thruster, for instance, we can then automatically download the status of the ship into the simulated environment and run, am I able to continue on my route and do my mission with this degraded system? That type of decision support. Other decision support elements is that we can do route verifications prior to doing a route given a specific weather situation. And also we can do power and energy consumption predictions. So if you have a battery-driven vessel, for instance, you can then go in and see how much, given the current weather situation, if you, for instance, have a change in the wind and the waves, you can see how much will that affect the ship and how much additional power do I need, and do I need them to go in and do a charging of this vessel earlier than originally planned, for instance. So this is all a kind of, you can say, an integrated part of the digital twin concept in the remote control center, supporting then decision support during a live operation. And coming a little bit back to the class, as I mentioned in my start, it's really a lot of new technology, and these systems, they need to really be vetted, and you need to trust them. So during a normal sea trial, you typically have a limited set of scenarios that you can test. So by using simulation technology, you can set up a lot of additional test scenarios with specific focus on some areas, and you can then run them as an additional test and verification of the systems to make sure that they work according to the rules of the road and work according to the expected behavior of this type of systems. So we see also that in a lot of the commercial projects that we are involved in, that there is a requirement of running up to 70% additional test scenarios in what they call a simulated environment, because it's not enough just to run it in the normal sea trial as they have. And we also use then the simulators and the training standards will then be developed based on cooperation also with the class societies, working with the DNVGL, for instance, on setting up then the simulator standard to test these remote control center operators and make sure that they have the required skill set that is set out in the training standard for these operators. And finally, I think we can all agree that training is really important. Typically, the simulators have been used to train then seafarers for navigation and engine control room operators on a manned ship. Now, when we are moving this personnel from the ship and into the shore, we need to make sure that they still can operate the ships in a safe way. And then a simulator is an excellent tool then to train that skill set for the remote control centers, because it is a new role and you have a different situation awareness when you're sitting behind a desk compared to being on board a ship. So I think you really need to have this lifelike environment to train this skill set and prepare this the personnel that will man the remote control centers. So you can then train them on daily operations, obviously, operational efficiency, but also more on specific safety scenarios and also emergency scenarios, so they are prepared to handle that when they go out in real life. So the way we do it is then that we simply do a mock-up of the remote control center and add that to an existing navigation simulator, and then insert autonomous ships into the scenario, and then you can blend that with manned ships. So we can have a simulator setup where you have 2 or 3 bridges, which is manned ships, and then you have one cubicle, which is the remote control center, and then you have the instructor, which is controlling the role play then. So let's move over a little bit to some of one project, research project that really is driving and funding a lot of this development. The project is called the AutoShip, and it all started with a challenge on the roads in Europe. A lot of goods are transported on the clogged roads down in these areas, and it's really a mess, and it's a lot of delays and a lot of pollution from these roads. At the same time, you can see that the waterways are more or less empty. There is a few ships there, but there is a potential for a lot of more ships on the waterways in Europe. So the vision is then to create a fleet of fully autonomous barges that will then improve the logistics, and it will also reduce the CO emission, and it will really enable a lot less traffic on the roads. So that is the political background from the project. And then it ended up in a Horizon 2020 funded innovation project that then responds to the EU's need to increase multi-module transport and relieve the road congestions by developing and integrating key enabling technologies for autonomous ships. This is being done via 2 user cases. One is a short sea shipping case, and the other one is the inland waterway case that I just showed you. And it will be based on a test area around the major port of Antwerpen and the Flemish region. The project started in 2019 and it will end in 2022. So we are in the middle of developing and implementing this technology as we speak. The major partner in this project is Kongsberg. Not only Kongsberg Digital, but Kongsberg Maritime and Kongsberg Nordcontrol. So, and then we have Blue Line Logistic and Eidsvåg on the ship owner side. And on the regulatory side, we have the Flemish Waterway and Bureau Veritas. And we also have R&D support from Sintef, and we have Strathclyde and P&O as partners in the project as well. Quite large, 20 million euro total funding in the project, so it enables a lot of development in this area. It supports the environmental and sustainability focus, and it really supports the UN sustainability goals, number 8, 9, 11, 13 and 14 in particular. Little bit more detail on this. So what is this project all about? Well, it's about putting into operation 2 fully autonomous vessels, one for short sea shipping and one for inland waterway. So it's a TRL level 7, which means that we should have a prototype up running at the end of the project. So that is the main objective, really demonstrate and show that we are able to do this. And we are doing that by developing the advanced key enabling technologies, including then the automatic navigation system, including the situation awareness systems, and also the full remote operating center setup and connectivity and cybersecurity solution to make sure that this is safe in a safe environment. And also then the supporting technology when it comes to the simulators. So we do a lot of simulation technology under this project supporting these initiatives. And you can see that with special focus on this SO4, it's really demonstration and simulation is a really important task in AutoShip. We are building then up a full set of test bed for this functionality, and it will be run prior to the real prototype testing. And we will also develop then a training simulator for the remote operating operators as part of this project. It also involves more long-term roadmap to autonomous intercontinental shipping tasks and key stakeholder involvement tasks, which is also important when it comes to autonomy and this new technology. Little bit more details on this. So this is the barge, and it's, as I mentioned, in the Flanders region. It's a test area around Antwerp. Very narrow inland waterway cases with locks and swing bridges and all this functionality that needs to be fully integrated in the test scenario. It's all about shifting from roads to waterways. So in this case, one of the barges will replace approximately 12 trucks, and it will give a 90% reduction in the emission, which will really boost the utilization of the inland waterway ways and reduce then the traffic congestions in the area. The other use case is a fish feed carrier that will go from Denmark and up to the west coast of Norway. That will have a level 3 autonomous, so it will still have some people on board doing the operation when they get close to the fish farm and start the feeding process. It will be supported from the remote control center, and it will also then have the full automatic navigation system and situation awareness system, not only for the navigation part, but also for the engine control part in this project. But we are also involved in other more commercial project, autonomy project, and just to mention a few here where we have used the simulation technology quite extensively is then the Yara Birkeland, the autonomous container feeder, and Asko, which is a barge that will cross Oslo Fjord with these trucks, autonomous barge. And both these two cases, we have run the feed studies quite extensively, and we will now also add on the newly developed more autonomous functionality and continue to use then the simulators to wet and prove and test this this system and run them. We are also involved in remote projects for Switzer. It's RecoTug. It's a more purely remote operation of tugs in the Copenhagen region, where also the simulation technology will be used quite extensively out of our Turku office to test and wet this as part of the development of that project. So to sum up a little bit, we can say that within the area of innovation that we do, where we then use the simulation technology to support it, is first of all around the ship itself. So it's a special focus on then interfacing and integrating then autonomous navigation system and intelligent situation awareness system based then on the new sensors that we have developed for autonomous shipping. And then secondly, there's also a lot of focus on connectivity and cybersecurity, where we then use the vessel insight application here to harvest the data from the autonomous ships and securely and connect that to the remote control center itself. Cybersecurity is a really hot topic, and we do a lot of development and make sure that these systems are as safe as possible. And lastly, the remote operating center. It's a really huge area of innovation, where we then use the simulation technology not only to test it during the operation and prototype it, but we will also then use it to train then the operators that will man these remote operating centers in the future, which is a really important task. There is also a lot of development and innovation within the regulatory body side that I will not cover during this presentation, but obviously the IMO and the ALA regulation need also to adapt and change in order to make sure that this will be possible to run on a more intercontinental basis. So it's all then a lot of innovation within the simulation and the digital twin area that we are in the middle of implementing, and I really look forward to see how this will end up at the end of the project. And we start now also to roll out this functionality also in more commercial projects, and we also implement that technology into existing training centers, focusing then on research on autonomy and digital twin area. So we have the possibility then to connect via APIs this new functionality, and we have open APIs in the simulator core, so you can actually do your own research within that area if you have an existing navigation simulator. So that was a short webinar on what we are doing. Thank you all for your attention, and I hope there is some questions. If not, feel free to reach out to me by email or other media. Thank you.
And thank you, Tarja. We have got some questions for you here, which I hope you can answer. The first one is, are you going to develop a training simulator for remote control operators?
Yes, as I mentioned also during the presentation, we do that under the AutoShip project. We will create a prototype of a simulator for the remote control operators, and the way we do it is that we then replicate or create a mock-up of the center itself and connect that to the existing navigation simulators. So it will be an additional bridge, a little bit similar than what we do with our VTS simulators, where we train then the VTS operators. We will also then train the remote operating center operators. So the answer is yes to that. We are in the process of doing that.
Good. Then we have another question. Are your simulators used for research and studies at the research centers worldwide?
Yes, we have seen that there is a lot of interest on actually doing research on autonomy in general in our existing simulators, and we have some customers that already use it. We have the Busan Technology Park in Korea, and we also have SEMS in Singapore that will be using then the simulator as the test bed for various autonomy functionality and human machine researches. So as I mentioned, the simulator is kind of open in the architecture, and it has APIs, programming interfaces, so we can use the core of the KSIM navigation simulator as the basis for this type of research. And then you can add on either third-party equipment, or you can do modification to the system to support this type of research. So the answer is yes to that as well.
Okay. Do you have interface possibilities to third-party equipment in your simulators?
Yes, I think I already answered that. We have an open architecture where we have what we call the generic I.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the COVE Demo Days. My name is Dave Shea, and I'm the Senior VP of Engineering for Kraken Robotics. We're really excited today to show you a demo of our Catfish actively stabilized towed synthetic aperture sonar system, along with our autonomous launch and recovery installed on Kraken's vessel, the Ocean Seeker. So I hope you enjoy what you're going to be seeing here today, and if you want any more information, feel free to reach out to us on our website at krakenrobotics.com, or you can contact any number of our sales and support people or marketing people, or you can contact myself directly as well.
Leeway and Kraken have been working together for a number of years. We're both based out of COVE to some extent here in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, and that proximity has allowed us to better understand Kraken and again also allow for Kraken to better understand Leeway. We're providing vessels and opportunities for Kraken to get out and test their equipment and test their technology, and we've formed a pretty special relationship between the two companies. We've provided lots of input to the Kraken team on how they can improve their technologies, how it can be used in an operational environment, and that's been pretty important for the development of their technology. We also, in the last couple of years, have started providing an additional service to Kraken. So their vessel, Ocean Seeker, based out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, is managed and operated by the Leeway team. So we have our crew on board, we have our engineers, we have our support staff that's able to go through the full gamut of maintenance and management and crewing and operations, which has been very helpful for Kraken in getting their equipment to sea, testing and trialing it before they sell it to their commercial partners.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the H2O Conference and the COVE Demo Days. I'm Dave Shea, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Engineering at Kraken Robotics. And today I'm going to take you on a virtual demo of our Catfish system on board the Ocean Seeker.
Plan to attend DefSec Atlantic. We are very excited to be planning an in-person exhibition and conference this October in Halifax. The vaccine rollout continues to gain momentum. Soon, many of us will have 2 doses and restrictions will ease. We are hopeful for and even expect that we will see cross-country travel return and gathering limits increase, especially here in Atlantic Canada, where we've done such a great job of pandemic management. Our plans include options for in-person and virtual participation, and forms can move from one mode to the other or select hybrid forms of attendance that will keep everyone safe but allow effective connection. There's great optimism and energy in our sector. Our new partnership with the Atlantic Canada Aerospace and Defence Association is one full of confidence and opportunity. We look forward to welcoming Atlantic Canada and the world to our new facility, the Halifax Convention Centre, October 5th to 7th. Our expanded exhibition floor is over 3/4 sold and includes many multinational primes. As a business-to-business focused event, we connect SMEs to supply chains in air, naval, and land elements. Make plans to attend as ACADA presents DefSec Atlantic and learn more at defsecatlantic.ca.
Hello, we're Rosber Boats. Thank you for having us to the H2O Conference and COVE Demo Days. Hopefully next year we'll be able to get back to demoing our boats live and in person at the COVE, and we're looking forward to that. As I just mentioned, we're Rosber Boats. We're a Nova Scotia-based third-generation family business. We have an office and systems integration shop in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and our composite manufacturing and tooling shop on the Eastern Shore in Murphy Cove, Nova Scotia. We're best known for our high-quality GRP vessels for the professional and government user agencies, and we build ribs and hardshell vessels from 6 to 10 meters. For those of you who know us and those of you who don't, our vessels are used around the world, mostly in Canada, throughout the East Coast, West Coast, and the Arctic regions for various professional and government user agencies. Those include the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Royal Canadian Navy, the Canadian Coast Guard, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Transport Canada, the Canadian Border Service Agency, CBSA, and Defence Research Development Canada. I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on the things that people don't know about us for this conference. As we normally demo one of our boats, this is a good opportunity for us to showcase some of the stuff that we don't actually get to show you in person anyway. We are also part of the National Shipbuilding Strategy. We were chosen by Irving Shipbuilding in Canada to provide 12 of our rough water 850 multi-role rescue boats to be put on the HMCS Harry DeWolf class Arctic offshore patrol ships. We then were contracted by the Canadian government to provide initial cadre training for those vessels. We are also working with Thales and Canada for the in-service support of the MRRBs on the AOPS. Some of the lesser-known vessels that we've built, but we are very proud of, are pollution response vessels for Alert in St. John, New Brunswick, one of the Irving Group of companies, as well as Canadian Coast Guard Environmental Response here in Dartmouth, as well as in Newfoundland and in Port Hawkesbury. We've worked for many years with in the ocean science sector with Canadian Coast Guard and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and recently with the Defence Research Development Canada, DRDC, in one of their new vessels that you'll see quite often in Halifax Harbour. In 2019, we were honored to be selected by the Canadian Whale Institute to build them a brand new purpose-built whale rescue vessel, which you can see in the picture on this slide. We have since then built a whale research vessel, similar outfit with some more custom aspects delivered to Canadian Coast Guard in Quebec this past winter, and are getting ready to deliver the same whale rescue, a sister ship of the whale rescue boat, to the folks in Shippagan to perform whale rescue there. These boats are set up to allow the crews to safely disentangle whales throughout Atlantic Canada. Other business lines we have is our small vessel familiarization and training, our multi-brand in-service support, as well as we build recreational vessels. but I'm going to focus a little bit on two of our other lines, which are composite manufacturing and vessel marine remediation. Over the last 40 years, we've been designing and building boats from composites. Technologies have changed vastly over that time frame, and we have kept up to date with modern technologies. This has allowed us to branch out from boat building to other areas of composite manufacturing. Our expertise lies in the design, tooling, manufacturing, and repair of composite structures for various industries. We've done oil pipelines, ambulance interiors, and are now doing a sonar dome for geospectrum. Our applications can be based in shipborne, land-based, airborne, surface, and subsea. We have a facility on the Eastern Shore in Murphy Cove that allows us to completely design, custom, and production and semi-production composite manufacturing for a variety of uses and as a subcontractor to tier ones. As technology has advanced, we have advanced with it. Currently, we are building almost all of our parts and pieces with resin fusion technology. We are autoclaving and post-curing high-end parts and are now getting into CNC cutting of raw materials as well as finished parts to recreate an exacting fit of components. This all allows for a higher quality part to the end user, less waste, which reduces cost and is better for the environment, and allows for a healthier working conditions as there's no toxic chemicals released into the shop. This also allows us to further train our workers and attract higher skilled workers as we go from traditional hand layup methods to the more technologically advanced build methods. As a third generation business owner, my most important job is to make sure the business is around for future generations. To do that, we have to focus on becoming a responsible marine company. Right now, we are looking at designing our vessels and other products with recycled materials, bio-based epoxies and resins, and responsible materials. We are working with some consultants on how we track the full impact of our raw materials from cradle to grave and working on how we incorporate materials more responsibly and design our boats for not just long lifespans, but after end of life. As I mentioned earlier, we've expanded our service offerings and worked with some local partners on the Eastern Shore to be able to offer high quality and safe wrecked and abandoned vessel remediation and how we can do coastal and island cleanup, mostly on the Eastern Shore in the 100 Wild Island area, as that's where we spend most of our time boating and want it clean for future generations. In 2022, we're looking for partners who can help us with GRP recycling, both using recycled materials in current products, as well as how do we design and build our vessels to be recycled at the end of their life. And always, we're staying open to new opportunities. And please feel free to reach out if anything I mentioned is of interest. You have any questions on our vessels, our product offerings, or maybe that you're a good fit for one of our new lines going forward and we can partner together. Thank you for having us at the H2O Conference and COVE Demo Days. And as I mentioned before, I look forward to getting back to some in-person activities where we can have you out on our boats and show you some samples of our composite work.
Well, that's a wrap for demos. Now it's time for the breakout room to connect with leaders from all the projects and companies you've seen today. On the platform, you'll be able to join breakout rooms or have a private one-on-one meeting. I hope you enjoyed our great showcase today featuring the latest and greatest in the ocean technology space. And we're so fortunate here at COVE to have a front row seat to all of this. I encourage you to reach out to us here at COVE on this platform and at any time. And we look forward to connecting with you via the B2B networking platform distantly. In bringing together today's program, I want to give a huge thank you to all of those that are working behind the scenes. First off, to the COVE staff, and in particular, Kyle Burton, who's done a tremendous amount of work in pulling this program together, as well as all our collaborators who I hope you share with us have built a very strong program for you. And we'll see you live at our next demo day. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for the rest of the H2O conference. See you later.